Yeah, so we are back actually. We are so sorry about the technical difficulties we faced, but yeah, we already see at this point that Pepe will probably finish the game, and it's actually happened. So yeah, Pepe won his first round against the former champion that won 2025 nationals. So yeah, we have
correct.
the first interview after feature match winner. So yeah.
I'm really happy to be on this side of the table because I was casting some other tournaments before here. But yeah, hello everyone. I managed to win the match. I heard that there was some technical difficulties, and after I created 3 Centauri warriors.
Yeah, so we actually saw the 3 cell swords, but yeah, after Klimshur swung with 1, there was 2 more standing on the table, but it was on the 1 HP, so we at that point we thought that you'll probably be able to finish that. So how did you prepare for the matchup? Or
so actually I know that playing Kasai versus Guardians could be tricky, and sometimes when it's more kind of an aggro version of the Guardian, so for example Victor that clashes a lot.
So like the one you faced?
The one I faced, yeah. So about that one, I know that I have to be very aggressive about using my Kasai to generate gold, because when I will be more static, I will run out of cards and out of health points. I have to really try to pressure gold making all the time to make my warriors as fast as possible.
Yeah, so like we see, you are trying to preserve the HP during the off turns, and then swing with a full
hand.
5 card grip with the arsenal. Yeah.
Try to generate gold. I know that he has some defense reactions, but not so many as other guardians like Jarl.
Yeah, because of the clashes that he
clashes and other stuff like that. And I tried to make as many goals as I can. So when I found my race and army, I was on 3 goals.
Yeah, that was interesting turn, because there was a Spinal Crush for 12 and you couldn't really block it anyway. So
I didn't want to, because I know that I have only 2 copies and there might be some weird situation like hitting with hammer and it could get destroyed in some stupid way.
Or even the trance that put it even further into the deck.
And I have to dig for it even more, and that was very tricky. But I managed to create 3 warriors. For 1 or 2 turns, Wojtek was trying to kill me and not kill the warriors. I was very happy about that, because I'm very good at preserving life total. He doesn't have any dominates, only overpowers.
Okay,
and that's
so
also
you already felt that you are so much ahead that he really won't be able to finish the game before you will get the value back, yeah? For having off turn.
And I knew that if I get 3 or 2 turns of 3 swings with my Centauris, I could get the tempo completely back. I knew I had 1 Iron Sock response in deck left. And I knew that I could finish him off with some Blade Flurry or
so there was still a power. Yeah, like we saw that you checked the discard already and the banishment, so still there was power cards in your deck. So yeah,
that's correct. I was also playing some games before the tournament with Wojtek, so I knew what he was playing. He tricked me because he showed me a pummel from one of the clashes. He said he wouldn't play pummel against Kasai, but he did. So it
the
was
mind games and also the tricks. But we won't keep you here for any longer, because the second round will be already starting. So thank you for the interview and good luck in the rest. I hope to see you in the later rounds, or maybe the tomorrow's Top Cut.
Yeah, I hope so as well.
So good luck and see you later.
Thank you very much.
welcome back. We are almost ready to start the round 2. So the players are almost ready with a feature table. We'll see a Maciek playing GravyBones, and he'll face the Bartosz on the Cindra. So Bartosz is, of course, the already won the Poland Nationals Championship and also has 2 times finalist of the Pro Tour. So he'll face a Maciek, which also tries to do his best, but we'll check if he has prepared some new strategy against the Cindra, the Ninja. As I've seen, they are still shuffling, but yeah, we'll probably be ready to see that in a minute. Oh, okay, we are already in. So yeah, of course they won their first round. I'm not sure against which hero they played, but yeah, so might be a bit confusing on the stream for Maciek, because he has all the different kinds of languages in his deck. He really likes to bamboozle a bit his opponent, but yeah, we'll make sure that everything is understandable. So yeah, he's facing the standard equipment, so the balance justice, the chest piece, of course the dead threads and the hooks on the boots, of course the compass and the gravy. They are still talking about the sideboard slot, but yeah, so Maciek a bit maybe more nervous. Is still, or maybe okay, they are both happy, they are both smiling. They will face each other, they love to play their game, so yeah, they are able to start. Okay, so both players draw. They are not, I mean, they're not sure if, yeah, okay, so they are still waiting for, yeah, okay, so they're fist bound. We are ready to go. Okay, so it seems like Bartosz starts. So in this matchup he'll need not only to kill his opponent, but also manage to not get overrun by all the Necros allies. And he's starting by playing Ronin Renegade, so casually 3 go again, of course, blocking 3, and then followed up by promo Raven's Rubble, so 4 go again because of the red card on the top of his deck. So he is trying to get as much value. As far as I know, Bartosz also considered to play the GravyBones actually on the Nationals, but yeah, chose to take the Ninja, so he must be prepared for this matchup. And okay, it's the first turn of the game, turn 0, and Maciek already thinking about blocking with his equipment. So we'll see, there was no kunai drawn with a flick knife, so we'll see if there is even a follow-up. So maybe he'll just take 1, yeah? That's already what we see. So taking 1. Okay, and then Bartosz finishes it with just another 4. So Gravy actually creates a compass, but it will be drawn anyway, so he just needs to have more information. Then actually he just chose to not block at all, so taking all 4 damage, going down to 35. So Bartosz managed to take 5 damage and also have an arsenal, so he is really happy about the first turn. And we are back to Maciek, and he also, okay, so he starts by playing Tipple, 1 go again, of course, discarding yellow card to draw another and creating gold, so 1 go again. But yeah, Ninja is an aggressive playstyle hero, so Bartosz chose not to block it at all, like we will probably usually see from his perspective. Okay, so closing the combat chain, so the blue card is back into the grave, so GravyBones condition is managed, so he is able to play the Chum and swing with it for 4. Okay, and Bartosz is already thinking about blocking with his boots. It's probably indicate that he will want to use it, because there is no on-hit, no anything, so yeah, just 4 Okay, not really the boots. So the hand don't need to be as important. Okay, so yeah, or they will get some promos, but yeah, it's not important right now. So okay, blocking. So no damage leaked. And free card hand to Bartosz. He put this back. Okay. I probably thought about sleeving the card, but yeah, it's not important right now. So he'll just start with an ignite into the chum. So his next attack will be one cheaper. Okay, and he still swings all his damage into the chum, so it's 6 damage. So the chum will be destroyed, and also the next draconic attack that Bartosz will still be able to swing will get +1 from the fire tenet. So first 3 attacks of the Bartosz will be swung into the ally. Makes of course sense. And we will see which card will finish it. He have a snatch in hand, if I'm not mistaken, and also 1 card in arsenal, so it's probably better to swing. Okay. The string is discarding from the champ's ability, and in that case the Mask of Momentum trigger, of course, because the third attack was still hit. So Bartosz drew a card from the mask and then following up it with Pain in the Backside, but it's not a draconic attack, so there won't be a +1, but it's also free go again with an effect on hit. And Maciek takes it all, so he take 3 damage and another 1 from the Pain in the Backside ability, and we are finishing it up with Scar. There is no go again, of course, because Bartosz has a live lead, but it's fine for him because he will be able to arsenal his snatch. Okay, so we are activating Gravy's ability, so the gold is paid. The card is drawn and the discard, so he's filling up his graveyard just to play Swell. Oh, but there is no blue card on the top of his deck, so he won't be able to pitch it. So just 1 go again, also don't activating the hook still, so Bartosz will probably just take it. So there are 2 allies already in the graveyard, but the life difference is getting bigger and bigger. So Maciek just plays his ally from the graveyard and thinking whether he wants to swing with it, and yeah, that's exactly what he does. So just a 5, and as we previously seen, if Bartosz is able to cash out his hand into aggressive way, he probably won't block it, but he's still thinking, so maybe there is no enough instances of go again to just go with full hand. But yeah, okay, it was just a bit of thinking, but take it all, and yeah, 5 card hand, there is an arsenal snatch, so there is a finisher, so probably all of those other cards are unable to have a big turn. Okay, so firstly swinging for free, but there is a block that will destroy Bartosz's kunai, so no further double dagger swings. So yeah, Maciek he's probably really happy about the block, but it's still 1 dagger, so it probably won't matter as much. Sunken treasure block, exactly, yeah. Okay, so we'll follow it up with another 3 go again, probably, but Bartosz still thinking maybe about the target, whether he wants to destroy the ally or... Okay, yeah, so it's gonna be 3 into an ally. So there is not really an window, but okay. So Maciek will make an instance that will get -1 for the attack, so it's only 2 damage actually. So the kunai won't be able to destroy it, but there is another swing with the hot heels high and another 3, so the ally will be destroyed, and also we have a kunai thrown, so we'll get a resource. Okay, so then we are finishing it up with breaking points, so since it's a fourth on the chain, he will destroy the arsenal on hit. And we have already 4 Draconics attacks, so Cindra ability will be able to put the kunai back. But it's actually following up with boots trigger, so the action point will be able to play another snatch, but okay, so Maciek basically chose to block with not only his full equipment, but also his full hand. So the 2 blocks on the balance of justice are already made, the hook already blocked, so he probably just gonna need to pass his turn, or maybe play the arsenal. Yeah, okay, so he is passing and we are back into the Bartosz, but he has no longer arsenal and no longer his boots are available. But yeah, there is a dagger, so it's also a starter, if he needs it. And we'll see what he will do. Okay, so starting by playing the new edition. So the first attack is gonna be 1 cheaper and +2, so the swing with a dagger with the kunai will have 3 and go again. Like every other turn we are starting with 3 go again, and Maciek shaking his head. He's probably not fond of his hand already, and probably the card that he's seen on the top of the deck using a compass is also not the one that he wanted to see that turn. Okay, so he blocks 3, so we are back into the blocking. Yeah, since we already played the red card, the Blaze Headlong will have a go again, so Bartosz follows up his attack with that, so 4 go again. Another block 3 card. And is there a finisher, or maybe just another go again attack? We'll see about that. So it's a scar for a scar. A bit problematic situation, because there is also not go again, and there are only 2 draconic channelings, so Bartosz will chose to flick his dagger in order to create a resource to have been able to pay for 1 resource to Cindra's ability to get the kunai back and arsenal his last card. Back to the Maciek, he plays Call to the Grave just to get his ally into the grave, and also the blue card to the trash to been able to play the Sawbones, which is pitches for, and with the chest piece he's got an additional resource to be able to swing with that, so hitting for 6, and this time actually Bartosz drews a bit too many finishers, but the good point is that they are blocking for 3, so he's probably just gonna block 6 to preserve the life lead and destroy the Sawbones in his own turn to just keep the lead, basically. He's just double checking which cards he's already used, adjusting a bit. And yeah, we see another Ravenous Rebel, doing a red card on the top, and he swings into the Sawbones, of course. And he's playing the Diplomacy. Okay, so in the response there will be a compass, of course. Maciek will get more informations, but we'll see which one he chose. Unfortunately, we didn't hear what he chose. Okay, it's gonna be War, of course, so he's swinging. And Bartosz must have liked his hands, because he don't really care, he just swings, takes it all, and we'll see what will be the follow-up. It might be something like a Conquer, maybe? Yeah, that's exactly what we see, the Conquer of the High Sea, so the condition is made, 2 blues in the pitch zone, so it's actually an 8 with an on-hit that destroys an arsenal, and also having a go again, but it doesn't really matter, because Maciek cannot play non-attack actions because of the war he chose on the Warmonger's Diplomacy. So it's 8 go again, and actually Bartosz is still thinking about the blocking. He might have really liked the Arsenal card, so blocking all the damage, blocking 8. And yeah, we are back with only 2 cards, so it's probably gonna be swing and pass. That's exactly what we've seen, just 3 damage, because there was non-dagger hit, and it's time to Maciek to get his tempo back, because cut through won't be able to have a go again. I mean, it is a possibility, of course, to flick and dagger, get a go again and swing with a card with the Arsenal, but in that case Bartosz won't be able to get his dagger back, and it's like kind of risky to do so. So it's probably just gonna be 3, and exactly like we see, it's only 3 damage, so Maciek chose to just take it all, try to get tempo into his hands. And once again we are starting calling into the grave. This time he didn't discard an ally but the Fiddlin's Grave. So once this discarded, we'll get the free life HP, the block card. It's usually the block card, but yeah, this time he's just gonna discard it to get the free life. Okay, we are getting a bit of shuffle, the cat. Okay, and then since the blue card was already into the grave, he was gonna play his chum, and also pitching the Eye of Ophidia to get the Optu, putting 1 card on the bottom, 1 card on the top, and probably just gonna swing with a chum and arsenal his last card. Will we see a blocks, or maybe Bartosz really likes his 5 card hand? Okay, so actually there won't be a swing, there will be playing another Soulbones, just to have a more board presence, but the champ is already, she should be back. So we'll see whether Bartosz tries to push life totals. I think he'll just try to destroy the allies to have the clear board, clear mind, and keeping with getting the life lead that he needs. Hitting into the allies also enables his Mask of Momentum triggers, so his turn might be a bigger. Okay, so we are starting with Ravenous Rabble. Oh, actually there is blue card on the top, so only 2 damage. So because of that, the Soulbones might get... the Soulbones ability enables it to get it -1 only to be it at 1, so Rabble wasn't able to destroy the Soulbones, so it's a bit of an unlucky situation, we might say, for Bartosz, that there is a blue card on the top. In that particular moment, he'll need to follow it up probably by the dagger into the Soulbones. And that's exactly what we see. So 2 more resources, and he's just following it up with running Renegade into the Cham, so 3rd hit already, so drawing a card with a Mask of Momentum, but it's of course the excuse me, the Diplomacy we've shown, and another running Renegade into the Cham just to have the 3rd Draconic to put Kunai back, and actually after all of that he's closing the combat chain to play the Diplomacy and another Warmonger, and he will arsenal his last card. Okay, so this time Maciek chose the peace option, so he just plays his known attacks, creating a room token, playing also his ally, and passing back to Bartosz. Bartosz of course chose the war, because he already saw all of his warmongers, and also wants to have as much as big turn as he can to get the tempo. He's still probably gonna clear the ally. Okay, Maciek taking a sip of his water. Bartosz into a tank a bit. They're playing really fast, so there's no problem tanking a bit of a time in the crucial situation. I myself gonna take a sip also, because my throat is a bit sore. Excuse me. And yeah, we are back. So, okay, but Bartosz is still thinking. Yeah, so starting with pain in the backside, free go again with an on hit. We'll see. So, okay, Maciek of course starting with a compass to get as much information as he can. And now we are thinking about the block. There is Sunken Treasure, so block that faces up the card in the discard, but yeah, there is no really good uses of that anyway, but Maciek knows that Bartosz probably won't give him another opportunity to destroy his Q&A, so might as well block it. Yeah, so it's blocked with Sunken Treasure. He is using it as his own yellow card just to create a gold. Bartosz follows it up with kunai, but paying with a red card, with a finisher. Maciek takes more damage, okay, so 18 into 31. And then we have free go again, which creates a faulty token, so the first one actually created. And it's of course the Marvel one. Like we see, both of those players really like their deck to be as shiny, as rare as they could. So all the Marvels, all the cold foils, the both sides. Yeah, another Sunken Treasure block, and we'll see another gold created. So it's the third copy. So Bartosz is no longer in need to getting back his Hune as... Okay, so there was no yellow card, so no gold created. And then we have March of Loyalty into the Anka, just to clear the ally, drawing a card from the Mask of Momentum, because there also was a kunai attack. So maybe... Okay, yeah, there was no other way to do so, because there was dagger hit, then the flicker knives, he's on the second chaining, and the third attack was into ally, so Maciek wasn't able to block it at all. We are finishing it with Snatch for 4, of course on hit, draw a card, but Bartosz already has a card in his hand, so maybe it's not that important to block it. And that's exactly what Maciek do. So taking 4. And we have 2 cards, but I'm not able to see which one did Bartosz arsenal. So we are starting, but using a gold to draw a card, we are drawing another blue. Of course, we knew that there will be a blue card because of the compass, and so Conqueror once again is able to threat the Bartosz arsenal. So 8 go again. Conqueror of the High Seas. And once again, Bartosz will probably just try to block it, preserve his light lead and also his card in arsenal. But he is still deciding which one want to swing back, so maybe the arsenal isn't that great, or maybe the turn cycle, even without it, will be enough to make a pressure. Okay, so he's putting his empowerment sideways, so probably just try to block 8. Okay, we are still thinking. Checking how many threats there are still in the deck. Okay. Yeah, but there is a block. So another cut through like we've seen before, but this time Maciek already used all of his sunken treasure. So this time it might be an option to flick his knife, get go again, and still use his arsenal. And it's that, yeah, it's Bartosz still thinks about it, but yeah, just won't use it. And yeah, Maciek took 3 damage, and Bartosz basically think that his arsenal is more important than trying to push another damage this turn. Because without kunais there might be some situation that he won't be able to even play his turn. So this time Maciek plays Prismatic Leyline, so the really powerful cards that buffs most of his attacks. So the blue attack will get +3 from its effect, so the first tipple will be 4 instead of normal 1, so it's like a really big difference. Of course, discarding a yellow card, so creating a gold and also filling the grave with a chum. So 4 go again. They are discussing whether he used the compass or not, because Maciek thinks that he didn't use it, but Bartosz isn't sure about it, so they are okay. But yeah, they move on and just swung for 4, which already was taken. Then the gravies use, so gold paid, card draw, discard, and also the first rigger goes to the grave. So then Maciek will need to decide what his next move will be. And it's gonna be another Conqueror, so the last one. So 9 because of the Prismatic Leyline, so since the Conqueror is red, it's only get +1, so 9 in total, but it's blocked for 9 with a Mask of Momentum. And since Conqueror has a go again with his effects and the death threats are still in play, Maciek was still able to play the rigger and follow it up with swing for 8 because of the Prismatic Leyline that also buffs the yellow 1 +2, so it's 6 +2, it's 8. Using also the hook to create a gold. So not only the life difference isn't that bad, also the Mask of Momentum already is destroyed. So that was a really powerful turn. The 6 value from the Prismatic Leyline, also the Conqueror threatening a on hit. Yeah, Bartosz only clears the board and passes turn back. And there is another Prismatic Leyline into the blue card. So it's actually the Rubble, but the reverse one, not like one that Bartosz had, but the one that needs to have a blue cards. Okay, so then we are losing the gold just to draw a card. So 2 resources from the gold, 4 resources from the charm, and then swinging him into the Bartosz. But there's also a card played that gives an attack an on hit, so it's gonna need to be blocked, and that's exactly what we've seen. So Bartosz a bit on the back foot last couple of turns. He's playing first strike Tenet into the Cham to have an opportunity to destroy it, following up with the Ignite +1 from the Tenet, so it's 6 in total. He will be able to clear the Cham. So the turn with the Leyline and the Conqueror was that powerful that Maciek is getting the back into the game, and he's actually getting a lead right now. So the full grip We'll see. Okay, so playing a card that creates another gold, the yellow one, and yeah, he'll follow it up with just draw from the gold, so one resource is still floating. And it still thinks. Okay, and we see another murderous rubble, but this time there is a yellow card on the top, so only getting... Okay, so it's 5 actually because of the yellow, yeah. At the moment there is no ally, so maybe Bartosz thinks about taking it all and trying to get the job done, trying to maybe... And he also see that the rigger is on the top, so maybe Magic Hand won't be able to block as much as he would like. So we'll see, but it's a difficult spot right now. I see that he have a Blaze Headlong in his hand, and also the... Okay, yeah, he chose to take it all. So down to 8. Yeah, they are adjusting the life totals right now. Okay. Also using the gold to the GravyBones, so drawing the rigger, discarding a rigger, playing it already, and with a resource from the dead threats, also swinging into the Bartosz, so he should be down to 2 because of the 8 into 6. Yeah, that's right. So Magic is Arsenal, his last card. And right now Bartosz took all this damage, so he needs to have something back. He really needs to make a really good turn. He's counting how many allies will Magic still have in the deck, how many cards still there is. He's thinking, is that the moment that he needs to push, try to get his win, swing into the Magic, or maybe he still should try to clear? But only on 2 HP, it's a difficult call. Okay, so yeah, free go again, of course. So yeah, first we will see another compass. Magic is really quick about... He's not really overthinking anything, and probably just tries to block this turn. There is a bit of a blur, so I can't really read his hand, but yeah. He's also counting how many allies he has left. Of course, for him is also unknown information which allies are left. So he also thinks a bit. Oh, there is... Okay, so he also double checking probably his sideboard. How many of allies are actually in the deck. It's also better to double check than made a mistake in that particular moment. It might seem like not because it's only the round 2, but every other round is as much important as another, so free go again. We actually see... Okay, yeah, no blocks. Okay, last moment changing of hearts, just taking the free, and it followed up by another Rising Resentment. So this time actually it has an on hit. So if it will hit, Bartosz will be able to play one of his Draconic cards for one less, but this time it's blocked. There is no longer Mask of Momentum threat because of the block that Bartosz made before. So this time he plays a new instance that allows him to follow it up with a kunai for 3 more damage. And also it's a third Draconic Chaining, so the getting kunai back will be basically free. So after that it'll probably swing another attack with go again, then throw it with a flick knives and just get it back. Okay, another block for free, and then Blaze Headlong 4 go again. Because he, of course, played the red card before. Players don't indicate the go against because everything has it, basically. Another block, another throw. Down, Magic down to 6. And yeah, Cindra ability are able to pay it back, and he swings his dagger into the rigger a bit, but they are thinking about the blocks, so maybe that's not the case. Yeah, dagger into a rigger, of course, and after that we'll see the finisher, but yeah, so just another 4. So already blocked with 3 cards. Magic only has 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. And it's important that Bartosz already used a Cindra, so he won't be able to get his dagger back. So we are blocking not only with the chest piece, but also the flexors, because the reserves we'll get from the chest, so blocking 3. But yeah, there is no dagger from Bartosz, and that's important. Will Magic be able to threat Bartosz's life total? Will he force him to block? He's probably counting his threats. He still have a gold token, so he might be able to fish for more. But yeah, it's prismatic leyline actually, so not that a big turn like we see with the previous ones, but yeah, it still buffs. And yeah, follows up with blue attack actually, so it will get +3 from the leyline. Since Bartosz is on 2 HP, he will need to block it. Okay, so we are already putting flick knives, but it's still not enough. 4 block is still okay. So we are thinking about the 3rd block with a ancestral empowerment, so all of that reactions would be blocked, but yeah, sometimes you'll need to do it. And then what? Magic. Bartosz is thinking, if I will go down to 1 HP with my free card, will I be able to thread it? It seems like he's in a really hard spot right now. He's still checking how many threads, how many finishers, how many go again instances is he's still having left in the deck. He's checking cut-throughs, I see, snatches, or yeah, other sources of free go again. I believe there was a free Rubbles already. I might be mistaken, but I probably seen 3 headlongs as well, and yeah, 3 scars. So he will be able to get a free resources from the newest instant banishment from the graveyard at the beginning of the turn, so maybe the free card in his hand will be enough. Yeah, it's definitely a hard spot right now. So we are facing 5 damage. It's not indicated, but it's because of the prismatic ley lines. It's 5 damage, so 1 block is not enough. Bartosz needs to put at least 3 more. There are still plenty of time, so they are taking as much time as he needs. Okay. We are still into the tank. But it's probably last, I mean, the maybe two more turns, and we'll have our Rhinar. He's checking again and again. A bit stressed. Magic seems a more relaxed one, but yeah. Okay, we'll see blocking 4, so going down to 1. And actually blocking with another card, so Ancestral Empowerment still in his hand. So first Tenet for free go again. We are starting with Gravy, so draw. Oh. Okay, there was 2 mistakes already. Oh. Because if I'm not mistaken, Maciek drew not from his deck, but from his face-down allies. Oh. I'm not sure if I will be able to say something or stop them from doing that. But yeah, if they are able, they should. There will be probably an option to do so, but yeah, we'll need to stop them as soon as we can. I'm not a judge myself, so I'm not even sure how they will do it, but if I'm not mistaken, Maciek drew his card from the top of his ally face down deck. But they are keeping with it. I'm not sure if we are okay. I'm heard that okay, there is a judge already, so I'm not sure how they will resolve it. But they are now talking about it. Maciek probably said that it was possible that he drew from it, and now I'm not really sure how we will resolve it, because we are full turn into it. The judge behind. So yeah, they are maybe I missed something, but they are still thinking about it, how to fix it already. Because yeah, Maciek indicates that he will just put the rigger back and drew card from the top, but I'm not sure it's how it's supposed to be resolved. And yeah, still okay. Yeah, so it's still on the call. Judges needs to have a quick conversation how to how to resolve it. It's an unusual situation, and there was also 2 more things that happened right after it, and it was so quick. Maciek maybe was a bit too excited about winning the game already, so he made such a technical mistakes. I mean, it's for sure only a mistake. There was no instance he's now they are both laughing about the situation, but yeah, they're laughing on the outside, but in the inside I feel like Maciek might get really nervous, because it's not that easy. It might not be that easy to resolve it. But yeah, an interesting spot to be sure. I have no idea how they will resolve it. So yeah, I believe I didn't miss. Okay, so yeah, we are still thinking how to do it. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't hear, of course, what they are talking about right now. not only the players but also the judges that we don't see. They are still trying to make it as fair as it's possible for everyone involved. For sure, it's not an easy situation, because even if it is an honest mistakes, like we are sure of, there's still some informations that was given or already taken. So our head judge is still adjusting situations, getting sure and they are still thinking how they will resolve it. We might, I mean, if, of course, if he drew from the ally, so there won't be a problem. But yeah, the judge also laughs about the whole situation, so it might not be that bad, but still, it's a dispute we might need to get some time to resolve. But yeah, that was overall a very interesting game. I'm for sure it's not finished yet, but yeah, as much as we've seen, firstly, the Cindra player Bartosz was ahead. He was taking tempo, clearing the board, but then 2 powerful turns back to back from the Maciek. And okay, we are still thinking. Okay. So the prismatic ley line into golden tipple for Conqueror of the High Seas 9 go again, and then Rhinar for 8. It was not only like 21 damage if I'm not mistaken, but also creating crucial golds and threatening not only creating another gold with a hook, but also Conqueror that threatened the Bartosz's arsenal. So not only damage, but also 2 on his, okay? So our head judge is back, and we are probably be able to have a full information. I'm still not sure if I will be getting that information, but at least I will try to figure it out myself what will happen next. Okay, so we are going back to have the chain link presents. Yeah, so there was 2 attacks and also card drew from the Ancestral Empowerment. So we'll need to rewind not only the attacks and blocks, but also the life totals, but I'm still not sure. Okay. But the Rhinar is back, but shouldn't the Rhinar be back on the top of the ally text that was already destroyed? I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I can't hear them. But yeah, if judges are fine with the result and both players are fine, then there is no that much I can do about it. But for sure it made a huge difference. Okay, so pitching in his own turn reaches. Okay, to create a gold. Okay, so playing Call to the Grave to put Sawbones into the discard, playing it afterwards and then swinging with it. The Gravy deck looks really thin, but also the Cindra. The problem is that we are getting so low on the time. I won't probably be able to also get the interview here, but maybe we'll get a quick one. But yeah, it's 6 into Bartosz 1 HP, so he'll need to block with at least 2 cards, and then try to swing back, probably swinging into check itself, because of the low rate threat that he still have in his hand, in his deck, I mean. It's a third headlong into hand, but interestingly there might not be another red instance go again, so but if it is, there is at least 7, maybe even 11 damage with the Arsenal one. With the all situation, I already forgot what card Bartosz put in his arsenal, but we'll see. Maybe it's even a finisher that cost 1, but he will be able to get the reserves. Yeah, so for sure blocking 6. And now what will happen? Yeah, so we are banishing 2 instances to get the 3 reserves. And now, with which card will we start? Is there an arsenal go again card, or we need to play the red from hand? Yeah, so it's actually an ignite, so it's just 2 go again, but the next attack will be 1 resource cheaper, and it's facing magic, not the soul bones. So we'll have a block free. I'm not sure because of the blur how many block cards magic still have, but since the ability of Cindra is 1 cheaper because of ignite and 1 resource we get from the instances, we'll be able to get the dagger back. But then what? It's a headlong swung into the Gravy himself, or maybe the Sobos actually. Yeah, so we are playing 3rd copy, so 3 go again dagger, and we know that Bartosz can finish it up with having headlong for 4. And what will be the target? So he swing into the magic. Magic still has some cards to block, so we'll be able to survive it for sure. And swinging for 6 back might be devastating enough because of how thin Bartosz dex is. Magic still double checking. Of course they missed some crucial information because of the judge call we had, so he might not remember everything he put or he played during the turn, during the whole game, excuse me. Okay, and yeah, he's still thinking. I'm not really sure how many cards are still in the Bartosz deck, but it seems really thin. But the problem is that Magic might be not have enough threats, but it's still a soul bones in the... Yeah, so I'm not sure why we take select, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Bartosz drawing only 2 cards, so drawing with a gold, opting first with a Eye of Ophidia, putting both cards on the top, so he's liking it enough. So yeah, just playing the blue one to have a swing. Okay, so it's gonna be a game. Yeah, 6 is not enough, so Maciek won. So the GravyBones, even after the small technical mistakes, is able to take it all, take the game with him. So yeah, he must be relieved, because yeah, that judge call wasn't really necessary, and yeah, he might be our first one to defeat the Bartosz. But yeah, so 2-0. Bartosz will need to go back to 1-1, but still try to win it all. I'm not sure if I will be able to get Maciek for the interview. Probably not, because the round timer is already gone. So yeah, we'll be back for the round 3, and we'll talk to the Maciek in the other occasion. So yeah, we'll be back soon. Yeah, so welcome back. We are already start round 3, so we are good to go. So we'll see the players. Okay, so yeah. So we'll have this time around the Oscilio. If I'm not mistaken, it's an arcane one, not the usual attacking split, facing actually the Rhinar. So the first brute player on our side, and we'll see how this matchup will go. Okay, we are finished with shuffle. We are presenting our equipment, so it's actually Rhinar with a mid-axe, not the claws. And yeah, Oscilio. Okay, and who will start? I'm not sure yet, but yeah, okay, they are already shuffling, so the fist pump, yeah, and we'll go. Yes, so Marcin playing Rhinar against the Robert, who plays the Oscilio, of course, and he starts the game, so he'll probably... Okay, so activating Oscilio, discard an instant card to draw one, and yeah, how many... Okay, so that's pitching to play the Spindle, so far... Okay, and activating also his weapon, his staff, to get an additional amp. So it's... Yeah, so it should be 6 with an opt. And we see that the Rhinar player has 3 arcane barrier. And how many he will choose to pitch? It's 1 for sure, but yeah, he's still thinking. So yeah, at least 3 damage will be leaked. Yeah, so pitching 4. So 1 resource will be... Oh. Okay, so yeah, so blocking 4. And we'll have an opt. And okay, then... Yeah, okay, discarding an instant, create a token, and we'll probably pass the turn and arsenal. Yeah, okay. So we are back. And the first Rhinar turn. So the intimidate mechanic of the Rhinar isn't that great against the Oscilio wizard, because not that much of his card will block anyway, but against the full arcane one it might be important, because he might not be able to cash all his hands. Okay, and what we'll see first. Okay, he's still thinking about his first play. It's important spot right now. Okay, so we are rolling the scab skins, and it's 5 already, so 2 action point get for the Rhinar, and he swings with his mid-axe. So he draw a card, then discard 1. If the cards discarded has at least 6, he will not only intimidate his opponent but by Rhinar ability, but also his mid-axe will get +2. So we are rolling which one will be discarded, and it is 6, so +2 for the mid-axe and also the intimidate. So we are choosing which card will be banished, so Robert won't be able to block with that card, but the banish only is for the duration of the turn, so he will get this card back. So we are having already 5 not go again, but another action point will be V, so it's 5 damage, and there still will be an option for Rhinar to swing. So it's blocking with a Crown of Providence, activating its ability to put 1 card on the bottom and draw another, and so blocking all, and then swinging with a Command and Conquer for 6 on hit, destroying an arsenal of a Robert. So it probably needs to be blocked. So blocking 6. Okay. And yeah, so that's finished. Of course, the intimidated card will get back to the Robert's hand, so he'll still have 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. And we'll see what we'll do about it. Okay, so he's opting because of the tokens he had previously made. And yeah, we are pitching that just to create 3 more tokens. So he is preparing for bigger turns. Already pitched his Wildfire card. So he... Okay, and our Bloodbraid doesn't stop. He just rolls another Scab Skin. And we'll see. Okay, it's just 3, so half of that is only 1 action point, because we are rounding it down. So 1 action point, no anything spice this turn. But we'll see how much will he be able to attack for. Robert probably feels good about that roll, because... Yeah, okay, so he will be able to block it probably with no problem. Okay, so just swing. Okay, unfortunately, they forget to put the dices on, but yeah. It's a attack for 8 with... which might get reduced, but it won't happen this time. Robert takes it all. Because he probably knows that there are probably no attack reactions in that Rhinar, or at least he doesn't really care. There is a bit problem with adjusting. Oh, okay, it's okay. HP is just fine. But still in the Rhinar turns, Wizard do his thing, so he plays an instance. Oh, unfortunately, I don't remember the card with the tome on it, so for sure he tries to get this. I will try to get it as soon as I can. Okay, it's a signal temporary. Yeah, so it's an instant aura. So for sure, just try to get it a bit faster, but yeah. Okay. So sorry about that. Only. Yeah, so they're adjusting the things and we are pumping as much. Okay, there is a really nice token, but yeah, excuse me. Okay. We are back. Okay, so yeah, the opting from the previous created tokens. Sorry about the quick break. I needed to take a sip of water. Okay. And I'm not sure what Rhinar is thinking about. Maybe he's channeling his own scab skin roll die, but yeah, we'll see about that. Okay, so we are still thinking about the opt. It's a bit problem with all of the wizards, and that we'll see a bit of thinking about cards that we cannot see on the stream. So another one of future sight is discarded, and we are still opting with Sigil of Fate. So okay, and another future sight red is put into the banishment. So amping 6, using also the Volzar. So we are need to have a better dice. So amp 7 in total, and we'll see pitching Aether Flare to play another one. So Aether Flare red, so it's gonna be 10 arcane in total. Yeah, so for sure Rhinar isn't able to block it, but yeah, and also there is also an effect that the next card that Robert will play will get plus X1. X is as much as damage will get through the Aether Flare. There is still 2 resource floating and card in the hand, so Marcin will need to decide whether it's worth to try to reduce the value that he'll take now using his Arcane Barrier, or maybe it's better to just to try to push for as much damage as he possibly can. Robert seems relaxed. Okay, so we are a bit into the tank. There might be only one blue card, so it might be a reason to do so. So yeah, 7 damage goes through, down to 31, and another amp 7. So we are actually using Storm Striders to be able to play another spell this turn because of the +7 buff, and the Starfall trigger, the Meteoric Impact, will go up to 12 because of its red. So yeah, 12 Meteoric Impact, yeah, +2 from the Starfall, +7 from the Aether Flare, so 12 in total. One blue card was already pitched, so Rhinar is deciding whether he wants to. Oh yeah, he just will take 12 damage, so going down to 19, I believe, because he was on 31. And yeah, we're just passing the turn. Passing the turn, okay. And we'll try to hit back, but okay, so pulping from the yellow card, so draw card, discard. If it's gonna be a card with at least 6 power, it will be having dominate, but in response there is an Oscilio trigger, I believe, so this is the instant was discarded just to draw another card to get more informations, and now we'll move on to resolving the pulping. So discarded card, yeah, it's big enough, so there will be an Rhinar Intimidation, but Robert is still thinking about the response to the Rhinar triggers, so he's thinking if he should play instants now or just wait and see which card will be intimidated from his hand. He knows he will need to probably face another swing or two, so it might be even bigger turns. Okay, okay. Yeah. Oh, so yeah. He moved on to the blocks, but firstly there was a Rhinar. Okay, Marcin. Thankfully, Marcin remembered about that. So we are intimidating the card. For Robert Zyggy, it's better if you... Yeah. So he still blocks with the flare, so the intimidate didn't matter at all. So yeah, no reactions there. Taking 3 damage down to 24, and then we are swinging big for another 8. Possible if blocked by all of the Robert's card, it will make a quicken, but his arcane Oscilio list doesn't really care about it, so he will block with another Aether Flare to get 5 damage down to 19, I believe. Yeah. So we are both players at 19, and Robert with 2 cards in hand will try to swing back. And we'll see what he'll prepared. Yeah, so he is using Oscilio, discarding an instant to draw another card and just fishing. Oh, he probably didn't see what he needs, so he just passed. With arsenaling one of the 2 remaining cards, but okay, the Marcin, the Rhinar hand isn't that great, so he just swings with the Command and Conquer, arsenaling possible last of his cards, so there was no instance of go again, and also not enough resources to try to get the value from the scab skin roll. So probably we'll see a block, but Robert is thinking. Unfortunately I can't see his hands, so I'm not sure what. Okay, he will just take it all, so he doesn't really care about his arsenal. He will discard it and move on with his turn, so Steer the Other will be discarded. But okay, it's probably fine. He evaluates that he wants to have all of his hand, or maybe he couldn't really block, so we are starting by discarding another instant to Oscilio value, so... And because we discarded it will also... Because we discarded Echo Flash, it will also deal 1 arcane to the opposing hero. I mean the target, but of course, yeah, it's for the Rhinar. He'll just take it. So down to 18. And the draw from the Oscilio. So the all Starfall 3 are already activated. So we'll see what's more. Okay, pitching Mental Block to play another copy of Meteoric Impact. So 5 plus the 1 from the using the stuff. So 6 in total. Meteoric Impact for 6 arcane, but there are still 2 cards in Robert's hand, and since he didn't really block, I believe we will see a bit more. But Marcin isn't really thinking about blocking at all. He don't really care, cause he must have really liked his hand. Robert then followed it up with Strike Twice, so yeah, another arcane, another 3 more, so Marcin down to 9, and we'll see why did he liked his hand so much. Maybe he just needed to preserve some resources. Now we'll see. Okay, so he starts to play Tear Limb from Limb actually. So we are drawing and discarding a card, and if the conditions are made, the next attack he'll play will be much more threatening. Okay, we are discarding the Agile Wind-Up Yellow. So it's okay. Okay, there are actually more. So in the response of the Rhinar triggers, Robert, I believe, used the Oscilio trigger. Yeah, so have 4 more cards, and we are now deciding what to do. And okay, so intimidate the first one. I still can't see the Robert card, unfortunately, but we'll see what will be the follow-up. Will Martin risk it all to try to roll the scab skins? Okay, he's actually using his chest piece. So all of his attacks that will cost one less. So the resources that he still had floating was enough to meet the condition, and will face so 6 base plus 6 from Terlim from Limb, so it's gonna be 12 go again. And since Robert is only at 13, it will be a significant amount, and also having only 3 cards to block with. And of course, since Oscilio play so much instances, not all of those cards will probably be able to block. So 12 go again right now. And we are in a bit of a tank, but it's a really important turn, because we will know for sure that there is a follow-up. So blocking 6, taking 6 down to 7. And what's the follow-up? Yeah, it's sand packing. So it will banish the arsenal from the Robert, and on hit the card will be gone. And yeah, Robert for sure isn't able to block it because it's for 6, and he only has 1 card. So he is now deciding if it's better to just have 1 card that he was previously intimidated by the Rhinar's ability and put it into the arsenal, or just try to make use of 2 card hand. They are just adjusting the resources that Rhinar already have into the resources, to maybe not to use the just like wizard shenanigans, but we will see that Robert takes it all. So the banished card will stay in the banished. So we are only getting the card that was previously intimidated back into our hand. Robert still thinking. Oh, I'm not sure if he didn't use Oscilio already, but maybe it was some other kind of instant discard. But yeah, okay, so Rhinar is able to throw back, and yeah, okay. Robert is using Oscilio again to discard an instant draw a card, so he still didn't find what he needs to just try to do some arcane damage, and he will use his staff again to play most likely the Comet Storm, of course, because the shock also costs 2, but it's gonna be 6 arcane damage. If I'm not, yeah, so 6 arcane. It's not enough to threaten the life total of Martin, but it's always a problem playing against a wizard that he might do something in our own turn. So there's still a consideration to pitch some cards to the arcane barrier to block it. But yeah. So for sure there is Savage Feast, Beast Within, so not that many resources in that hand, because if I'm not mistaken it's like 3 reds, or maybe 2 reds, 2 yellows. So now Martin tries to remember all the cards that Robert might have to destroy him is in his own turn, just double checking the life totals if they are still safe. So yeah, 9, is enough to survive, but the swing back may be not enough. But also Oscilio only on 1 HP might have a situation not having enough blocks. So blocking 2 with a yellow card, taking 4, going down to 5. So he decided that his current hand isn't good enough to finish the game. Okay, and we are actually rolling scab skins at that point. I'm not sure if I'm fan of the decision, but yeah. And yeah, it's actually one. So there is no more action points from the Marcin. I'm sorry about a bit of a laugh, but yeah. Still in the Marcin turn, Robert plays a sigil. So yeah, the relief was really seen. So yeah, sigil triggers, he will draw. And yeah, Marcin had a really good spot, a previous one, but now Robert feels he is back in the game. He was one die roll short of having a really tough situation, but now he might be able to move it back. Did he drew what he needed? Okay, we are thinking a bit, double checking whether our resources will be enough to do. Okay, and we are actually playing Meteoric Impact, using also the Pulsar. So it's gonna be... Oh yeah, the instant was put, so it's gonna be 6 Arcane, pitch Reckless Swing to prevent 3 of that damage, so taking 3, going down to 2, and Robert will probably just pass and Arsenal, or maybe he still have something to present. 2 cards in hand. He's deciding whether to try to bait the Rhinar into attacking for more than he will be able to prevent it. So we are still deciding if we are trying to take as much card as we can. It's a crucial moment, a really important turn sequence. And he'll chose just to Arsenal and pass. Okay, so now we're back to Marcin, and maybe he will try to roll the scalping again. Okay. There is no way there are gonna be another one. Yeah, and the Reckless Swing should already be on the bottom. Yeah, they're adjusting it right now, and we are going to... Okay, so it's only 2. So no more than usual action points, just the standard 1. Okay, and what he has prepared. Okay, so just the Savage Feast, pitching the Beast Within. So there will be a discard, of course, so probably the Intimidation trigger from the Rhinar. Yeah, there is. So the Rhinar triggers and... Okay. And we'll see if the Robert is even able to block the swing for 6, or maybe he will try to get the job done in his opponent's turn. It's 6. 3 cards still able, so probably enough to block, or maybe he's unlucky enough, but yeah. If there are an instances, he'll probably be... Yeah, okay, so he'll probably just... Okay, a bit of hand shaking, but he might be a bit nervous. Also the excitement might get a bit when he saw the previous Capskin roll that basically finished the Marcin turn, but yeah, blocking 6 and passing. So now Marcin with only 3 AB and 2 life will have a really hard time to survive probably, but let us see what the Robert has prepared for him. Yes, so we are playing the steer. Yeah, so the next will be amped by 3, and we are actually playing the Echo Flash. So it's should be 4 right now, and then 1 if it's discarded, but we are pitching red ones, so there is probably not resources enough for the margin. Yeah, and of course, if it's gone to the discard, he can also use his stuff, so it's gonna be another 2 arcane, so another yellow card pitch. So playing all 5, but he's left up with only 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, but he cannot really block with the arsenal card, and now he is deciding if he wants to swing, and he does. Plays Wild Ride, draw discard, so it's gonna be 6, go again, Intimidate, and we are actually going to resolve the Intimidate. So okay, so first Intimidation, and now Robert needs to block for 6 and try to find more arcane than Marcin is able to block. So example 4 arcane would be enough. Okay, starting by discarding Oscilio and just playing strike twice after stuff triggers, so it's gonna be 4 arcane, and Marcin is only able to block 3 of that with 2 blood rushes also, so yeah, Robert won the game, so Oscilio get it through. I'm sure that the Scapskin roll made a huge difference there, so it must be relief. So yeah, Robert Oscilio wins the game and moves on. We will get him for the interview for sure, for the quick question why he chose this version of Oscilio instead, how he prepared and how he likes his odds. So we'll get a quick break and get him for the interview. Yes, so we are in our after the third round with our feature match winner Robert, who played Oscilio, and yeah, we've seen already that there's a bit controversial. So yeah, I will ask about the steer play, the previous turn. But
like I was just confused because I played steer and I was convinced it works just like Etherflow. Just because of that, I make the play like this.
Yeah, so
it
was a bit a difference because of the not the amping, but the actual non-attack action needs to get the +3. But yeah, it's not your fault. It's an honest mistake. Yeah, so it happens for everyone.
Really, sorry for this.
But I was also gonna ask about the whole game, of course. So how did you feel? Because it seems like you are a bit behind when the Rhinar pressured you, and what do you feel?
It was a problem on the combo turn because I had a red Ether Flare and Meteoric Impact.
Okay.
And when I was opting, I found a blue Ether Flare, but there was I couldn't extend it to Meteoric Impact because I couldn't put the boots.
I remember,
so I discarded to draw, so I have a blue. And then I saw the instant, I put it on the bottom, and then Signal of Temporal Manipulation put the instant in the banish.
Yeah.
So I gambled and I missed, because if I would find any non-attack action, I would have still have boots to finish off. So even if I would be behind, I would be going boots, wildfire, and the rest of the stuff.
Yeah. So after that, you felt a bit behind. But then there was a crucial.
We were sitting, and it was praying to roll at least 4 to just kill me, and I was praying for 1, and RNG God was on my side this time.
Did you felt like it's important for Marcin to actually rolls, or do you felt like you are so much behind that even the one attack would be?
No, I had fully blocking hand that I would send back. So my opponent after the game, he was telling if we even have one action point back.
Yeah.
But still, I would block with 2 cards, unless it would be I don't know, really big attack with Intimidate.
Yes. So Marcin also misses all of his blood rushes. Yeah, he did. He drew it.
I say, I'm lucky because there's lucky, and on a combo turn I was unlucky. But don't seeing the blood rushes was the game winning for me, because one blood rush, especially as you said, I was behind. He would just destroy me. So RNG God was on my side this time.
Okay.
Rhinar is really tricky matchup. I can die nearly first turn. So
when did you decide to play this version of Oscilio?
I'm a Kano player.
Okay. So it was natural to just have full arcane,
I was as well a Oscilio player, so both versions, Gone version and arcane version, was fine for me. But I'm not that comfortable with playing mirror of aggro against Cindra with my Gone version. I know how to navigate it, but it's very swingy, and one mistake can cost me a game. So I decided just to go bonkers and send big arcane into Cindra, into Kasai's.
And for now, it's working great for you.
It's working perfectly. So I was playing Cindra, I was playing Kasai. This time I was playing Rhinar, but the meta is showing that there's a lot of Cindras and a lot of Kasai, so the hit was fine.
Yeah, so we are so glad to have you here, and good luck in the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, one more round of CC, and then we'll see if I can manage to get a Oscilio.
Yeah, for sure. You got your plan. Yeah, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow at the Top Cut. Yeah, so good luck, and we'll see.
Yeah. Thanks.
So yeah, we are back, and fortunately for all of us, we've got a co-host. So yeah, our crowd favorite, Dovi. So yeah.
Oh,
Hello.
come on. Hello, guys. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It's a pleasure to hop in and try to commentate one extra round of CC for today's Polish Nationals 2026. If you ask, how come I jumped in right now? My tournament went so well that I went 0-3. I've decided that it's better to open those 3 packs of draft than actually draft them.
Yeah.
And hop in the booth, have some fun, commentate here with Matisen. And we have quite a match for you, since it's going to be, both players are 3-0 currently. It's going to be a typical aggro race, since we're featuring Cindra against Fi. So 2 Draconic Ninjas going head-to-head. And we're going to find out who's going to come out victorious from the CC portion of the tournament. One of the pilots is previous, not in the sense that he won last year.
Yeah, but it's
2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
I think Łukasz.
Yeah, Łukasz, who will
Łukasz
play
Ziemba
F5.
won. Yeah, Łukasz Ziemba, who's playing FI, won Polish national championships 2 years ago. So we've got an ex Polish champion that's currently 3-0, looking to get that 4-0 score, clean CC score, and who knows, maybe he's going back to reclaim the title.
Yeah, for sure he is on the right tracks to get the job done. I'm not sure how well he is prepared for the draft portion, but it's gonna be his problem a bit later than now. For sure, for CC he's fire.
Since we have a minute, what's your opinion so far from the tournament, from the meta game, from the plays that you've seen?
Yeah, so we have a bit difficulties, but I feel like the meta is really, really good, really open. So there are a lot of decks that can make the top cut, and also the lot of players that previously fought really well in previous tournaments are also getting great. So I'll think that we'll have a blast during the whole weekend. So.
If I say so myself, third most represented deck in Poland being Jarl Vertrady. That's that wasn't on my bingo card, definitely. The Cindra, the Oscilios were definitely there.
Do you think that the Jarl is because some people thought maybe the victor will be gone by now, or?
Well, there's definitely that argument, and I think Jarl has a good place. Like, he can step into the boots that Victor will be leaving hopefully soon. So I guess some people were simply trying their best during the preparation time for upcoming nationals and decided that even though it came as a surprise to, I guess, the whole Flesh and Blood world,
for sure,
that Victor Goldmain did not hit Living Legend status. So loads of them decided that I've spent my time in my preparation to Jarl. I don't think I'll be moving from that. And I also think that Poland is a specific region that you can either aggro race people or hard fatigue them. And I think in both scenarios, Jarl is a good pick. For some time, I was considering Jarl myself.
Okay. Yeah, so he's really good against the aggro also. So he plays really well into the meta.
Against all those Draconic Ninjas, there's a common saying in Poland, did you bring ice skates when Jarl finally flips the hero and sees the Draconic Ninjas against them. So without further ado, let's jump straight back into the game for the 4-0 title in our CC portion of the tournament.
If not mistaken, they are almost ready. Just last piece of shuffling.
Yep. Łukasz started with a Phoenix Flame in a graveyard, so that's a great start for 5.
Didn't miss the most important thing.
Yes. I guess I never played aggro deck that much. Is there like anything that goes through your head when you're playing something that start of the game needs to be, there's stuff needs to be in a graveyard or in a specific field? Have you played a deck like that? Have you?
I mean, it's probably like the habit that you need to get done, but he's playing that fight so much for so long that it's like really easy for him to do so. And in general, I mean, it's like a basic stuff, I would say. That
Okay, I
you
see.
shouldn't focus so much about it. It's just things you should do naturally.
Yeah, I guess it's something like tunic counters on
Yeah,
Gandalf
yeah.
Spring Tunic. It's like, how do you say that? It's like the, like a muscle memory. Oh, that's
Yes.
the
Yeah,
word I
oh,
was
yeah,
looking for. And the Phoenix doesn't go into the graveyard. It goes right to the right-hand slot of Phi
Well,
player.
for sure, it should be in the grave, but yeah, for the shortcutting a bit or to the
And from the equipment suite that Łukasz presented, we can assume that most likely Adrian won the die roll, or maybe it's Łukasz. Oh, sorry, because I think that Ninja players take the Blazon Yoroi as their equipment suite.
the chess piece, yeah.
Yeah, so they can soak the finisher. Yeah, as a second player right now. So Łukasz, even if Adrian will possibly end the turn on the finisher, he might use the Yoroi to completely soak it up
Yeah,
and
for
maybe
sure.
retain some important cards in his hand. So as of now, there's ancestral empowerment being resolved in a pretty greedy, overcrowded block, if I say so myself. We of course don't know the Łukasz card on Łukasz's card, but he drew a card. The chain link remains. Oh, interesting. Łukasz decided that he won't be discarding the Shelter from the Storm.
Previously, yeah, on the ancestral,
Yes, of course.
like you said, yeah. So yeah.
Very interesting, because I think he could have prevent the ignite damage, buffed up from the ancestral empowerment, then prevent the damage from kunai.
Yeah, but maybe he was afraid of the flicking on the so the damage also to.
Yeah, because I was thinking, is there a way to completely negate the damage leaked in the turn? Like, can you end Adrian's turn
so
on 40 life?
Probably he evaluate that his hand wouldn't be able to do so anyway. So yeah,
Interesting.
It was like taking a chip damage is not that bad in that case, that he will be still able to have a starter and put back.
So rising resentment right now coming from Łukasz's side. Usually no blocks already declared from Adrian. Will we see a banish from Łukasz's side?
I mean, we might, but it won't make that card cheaper, yeah. So because it's only the first chaining and it needs to have more than the one, yeah. So
I see. So now Blaze Headlong being blocked in the Fate Foreseen. Funnily enough, in Poland, there's another great player, of course. It's Bartosz Zięba, Łukasz's brother. And he went to, I believe, Calling Toulouse, where he went with his Cindra deck.
yeah,
And that was quite a sight to see, because Bartosz, I'd say that he reinvented the list of Cindra, because he decided that he wants to put some defense reactions in them. And that was such a surprise in such a heavy marionette-dominated meta. And as we can see, Adrian definitely learned something from Bartosz deck list, since we've got Sing Below, Fate Foreseen, and
he will probably also have the shelters, yeah, because the mirrors maybe, or
yeah, we'll see about that. But now Tenacity coming out as the finisher in the chain link for a simple 5 points of damage.
yeah, so it's a really powerful first turn. I mean, yeah, the first turn of the Łukasz. So
And now then the katana goes into the
Arsenal.
arsenal. The things are happening on Łukasz's field, but worry not, he will simply recover and rearrange them in a way that it's fitting for the match area. So 29 plays 38, and now Adrian comes with a crackback. First tenet of fire, starting the combat chain, the combat chain from Adrian's side.
So free go again, +1 for the next Draconic.
Yep.
We are flicking knives already, just to make a threat of the Mask of Momentum.
Oh, that's an interesting Mask of Momentum from Adrian's side.
It's the first time I noticed it.
I wonder how that came to be. That I guess that's a proxy, but I assume Adrian already has the original version, of course, of the card. But maybe for the giggles, for the feature match area, it's a drawing from someone important to him, and he decided to feature that. Okay, two Warmongers Diplomacy hit the table now. And I think that's good that they can block for free in this matchup, since Adrian will simply say war and then just decide to unload.
I mean, the Fi deck is built like there are so many good utility blue cards that you don't really need in that specific matchup. So it's really good that they at least block for free if you don't need them to be your resources.
I'm wondering if we'll find Warmonger's Diplomacy in Adrian's list, since he's playing against Fi, and usually Fi wants to have this I play non-attack action that will boost my next attack action, that will possibly do something to the Phoenix Flame, but then I will play the next non-attack action, and the interactions go on and on and on and on. But so interesting if Adrian decided to include that card in his deck list. And now Łukasz is soaked, like that was 5-card hand from Adrian's, and he lost like 2 points of damage. So and now Boots of Omnisword being sent into the chain link to defend. Interesting, since we'll have to wait a bit till Cindra will be able to re-equip her daggers from the graveyard. And look at the pitch zone. Adrian had to start with the Sink Below this turn, so since he had no starter in hand. So it looks like a turn that Łukasz will have some breathing room finally and maybe decide to take the tempo. As we see now, he says no blocks. I'll be taking 4 in total, since Burning Bladens will be destroying the kunai on hit. Interesting. I was looking for more, quick job, 5 minutes, 2 ninjas going head against each other. And so far, especially...
They are really quick, I would say that it's maybe not with the live totals, but the playstyle and so...
Especially from Łukasz's side, he's staying calm, composed. He really wagers when he wants to block, with which card, when he wants to attack, when's the perfect turn that I'll be able to regain the tempo and start swinging at Adrian. So
for example, now he knows that there won't be draw from Mask of the Momentum, that chaining, so he probably will take another points of damage, so he must really like his hand. That's why he used the boots on the first swing. Right now it's a bit different situation because of the Cindra's ability to getting the daggers back. So
well, if Adrian hits with this Burning Blade Dance, the Mask will trigger and he'll be able to get the card.
That's right.
But since he has no daggers and no real way to draw an extra card, even if he decides to flick on this chaining, etc., etc. So interesting, because Łukasz has a Sink Below, 2 Rising Resentments, and a blue. I think in Łukasz's mind there's a war going on. If I want to maybe deploy this defense reaction now, or maybe play my turn, Rising Resentment, and then Fi, of course, ability.
Chose to use the
Searing Emberblade
chest piece. So it was for sure really important not to let Cindra draw a card there. So
So interesting. We've seen Blazing Yoroi deployed not as a defending wall against the finisher, but rather than to prevent Adrian from blocking. A simple mere attack for free with Go Again. And now I think there's a space for Łukasz's. So he'll be going with Free Go Again into Free Go Again, Searing Emberblade.
For sure, and to the Phoenix. But like you said, the turn won't be that great, but also he will preserve the defense reaction to the arsenal, so he probably will keep the life difference.
Yeah, he will take at least, I mean, we might see some blocking from Adrian's side, who knows, but if I'm counting correctly, he'll be taking 10 points of life. Oh wow, the Mask of Pouncing Link being deployed here. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I wasn't also, but
Lava Burst, but it's a great way.
Because of the defensive boots that Łukasz chose, he probably wants to just take a finisher as soon as he can, because he will end up in the arsenal, and without the further action points, he won't be able to use 2 finishers anyway. So
that's right. That's right.
Probably just why he chose to use it.
Wow, that's great.
Turn,
I mean, from a pretty average, you could say, turn, he turned it into quite a threatening one, since it was free. It's Free Go Again now from Searing Emberblade. Phoenix Flame will hit the combat chain in a second, I believe. After that, Katana is resolved.
Yeah, that's right.
And then after that, the Lava Burst. Adrian's life total is sinking. So after that, Łukasz is end his turn with a Sing Below in an arsenal. Wow.
So it's gonna be 15 in the turn, I believe, and also arsenaling the defense reaction, like you said. So
yeah, wow. I always get that feeling that aggro mirrors are like whoever decides to go first goes Uga Booga. Oh wow.
yeah, it's 6 because of the Shuko, yeah, after the Phoenix. So
yeah, but coming back to my thought, I always think that they do those aggro races are like Uga Booga, who goes first and loads more damage into the opponent. But turns out there's lots of intricate, delicate nuances
and
that are happening in the game.
Like you said, and even we only played for like 4 turns, we can see that Łukasz is really an expert in that matchups because he navigated it really perfect.
I think Łukasz could soak whole Adrian's turn and be even or maybe a bit ahead on life.
Yeah, and probably thanks to the thing he arsenaled, he will still prevent the Mask of Momentum. So,
and I might be a prophet because I think that's what's happening. That Łukasz is saying, "Send the bill."
Yeah, we can see that he's laughing. So yeah, he's send me a bill. Yeah.
yeah, like give me your best cards. Send me the most amount of damage you can. I think the life totals are not completely up to date, or maybe I'm seeing things. Okay, whatever. Łukasz is in a leading position in this match. He can afford to take whole Adrian's turn and then start with his turn. So, and I think since he knows what he has in hand, of course, he might be quickly calculating that, okay, even if I don't threaten like lethal through 3 cards, I'll be requiring something to block sooner or later. And as we all know how the aggro matches go, whoever blocks first usually is the loser. But, Łukasz decided to block first in this matchup. And interesting. And he's not a loser at all. That's what I wanted to finish the thought, so it doesn't, stay in the air like that. Interesting. Deployment of Sing Below against the Ignite.
Yeah.
And now take the tempo. Wow. Could have
okay. So.
Okay. I guess if you have 2 of those.
I'm thinking if he was thinking about the blocking the Ignite actually with the Shuko, because it seems like a better decision overall, but he couldn't have know what the Adrian have prepared for him, but
Definitely. And last turn, we missed that through all my mumbling, but again, no sorter for Adrian. He decided he had to pitch the display loyalty for the kunai as a sorter. Sure. And now we see that the blocking starts. So Adrian with a bit of a bittersweet, and now spreading flames. Wow. And not as crazy turn as we might expect usually from spreading flames.
But we will still get some value because of the Phoenix Flame and the Seeing Blade,
Definitely. And I wonder if there's no, since there's card in pitch, Łukasz has no more cards in hand. Yeah. So that's gonna be 3 into 2?
Phoenix 2 and then okay.
Yeah. And now a retrievement from 5. So wow. Adrian decided to block with almost the whole hand, decides if you want to simply arsenal and try to go with the 5-card hand against Łukasz.
This time he actually had the blue card, but probably just a bit too many finishers. So.
Yeah. A bit too little too late, I think.
Yeah, it seems so. You might see. Okay.
Oh, wow, Snatch. That's a great 1-card hand. I mean, if I say so myself, I'd rather say Leave No Witnesses, but Snatch is
But there is no
well.
arsenal from the opponent's side. So
I just like those assassin cards and saying, banish, ooh, I might get something crazy from the top.
And it also blocks free.
Łukasz in a bit of a mumble since, that's the, I think, single-handedly best cards Adrian could have had in his hand to send. The damage is not a problem at this point for Łukasz, I think. But
I feel like at this moment the Łukasz really regrets that he played the Sing into the Ignite previous turn, because it would be perfect match for the Snatch.
Yes. Taking a quick look through opponents' graveyards, both of the players are actually doing that, and I think you're right. The thing that we stopped for a bit, that he decided to use that Sing against that Ignite, seemed a bit low value for
Yeah.
player of Łukasz caliber, but well, he's sitting at 3-0. I'm sitting here at 0-3, so I'm not gonna comment.
It probably was like I'll need to prevent the mask of momentum, but also I'll try to keep my Ishuko,
Mhm.
and then he still needed to block with that.
Mhm.
So that was the
A bit of a blower
Yeah,
for
that was the
Łukasz's
point that-
plan, and we can see through his face that he's not happy with things that are happening right
yeah,
now.
so probably his 4-card hand wouldn't be that great. So he's trying to adjust whether he wants to block with 2 cards to prevent
Mhm.
the drawing from snatch, or just try to go with 4. Because I don't believe that blocking with
Yeah, we
one
can see
card
the
is-
green on
yeah.
Adrian's side because now we're starting to play that mouse and a cat game.
Yeah.
Do you want to take those 4 damage? Sure. Right now, it might not threaten lethal, but I'll get something in the arsenal most likely, and maybe if you give me enough breathing room, I'll be started taking the breathing room from you. So, but now if he decides to block with 2 cards, since as we know from Łukasz's side, he doesn't have the defense reaction, at least I think.
Yeah,
We
for
might
sure.
get surprised
yeah.
in the
There's
end.
no way he have.
But right now, if Łukasz decides to block with 2 cards, he'll be only having 2 to send back at Adrian, and that you can either take
Yeah.
or block 1, block 2, and start with your turn again. So
Oh,
yeah.
he actually take it all.
-5 in total due to the
Yeah.
Schnappmesser being
I really want to
Interesting.
see the hand because
interesting. Rise?
Rising resentment.
No, it's
Yeah.
Rise
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
sorry. Yeah, rise
Phoenix.
from the ashes, yeah, or something.
Yeah,
like
Rise
that,
from the Ashes. I think that's
yeah.
quite a new card, and I still don't get the name correctly. But after that, there comes the Spreading Flame, quite a premier card, and there's a Phoenix in the hand, and I believe Fire that burns within. Łukasz flicks his card so fast that I can't really catch that, but there's a Phoenix and something else.
Yeah, and also he has still resources from their blades, so
We still yet to see the Art of the Dragon
Yeah.
Phoenix. No, Art of the War
yeah,
Phoenix.
the new one.
I think that if that gets resolved here, that must have been backbreaking from Adrian, but I guess that would have happened sooner than later. So taking the 6 now, Phoenix for 2. But is that a Phoenix that was taken from the graveyard? Or that
Yeah.
is-
Because of the
Oh, yeah,
rise from the ashes.
Rise
yeah.
from the
Yeah,
Ashes retrieves the Phoenix Flame, of course, from the graveyard to the Vice hand. So 5 against 19, that looks like a tough cookie for Adrian to crack.
There is still some value in the equipment from the Cindra, but yeah, it's still looking pretty grim for.
Yeah, I guess you
For
can
Adrian.
throw the... Oh, wow, he takes 1, okay. I was thinking that maybe he'll be throwing the Mask of Momentum because the flicks are the one piece of equipment that
Yeah.
you want to hold on for like forever, basically. And now, Rising Form?
Phoenix form, I believe?
Phoenix Form, yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 into 4, so threatening lethal, demanding at least 1 card blocking, either in the form of Mask of Momentum, the Flick Knives in form of either card from Adrian's hand, but again, you'll be starting with at least 2 cards in hand, or well 3, but without the mask, and Łukasz still has a life to spare,
Yeah.
and very interesting.
I didn't catch what card Adrian put into his arsenal last turn, but yeah, we'll probably see it. Whether it's a finisher or the starter, it might depend on which card he will block, but
Yeah, interesting. Players are taking it very sportsmanlike. They're having a giggle. They're having a
Yeah.
great time here. So taking 2, I believe.
yeah, that's fair. Running Renegade blocks for 2 for sure, so yeah, down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Okay, so it's actually a starter, so fire Tenet, free go again, +1 for the next.
Mm-hmm. And we can see that back-breaking defense reaction from Łukasz. He has it in hand, so he's covered from the next 4 go again,
Yeah.
basically. That's going to be coming towards his face, especially after that fire tenet strike first. So, interesting. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the amount of life Łukasz was managed to
Yeah,
preserve.
for sure.
Even though Adrian was the one to deploy 2 or 3 defense reactions throughout the course of
Yes.
the game. So 4 into 4, and that gets covered. There won't be any flicking since there's not enough draconic chain links to recover the daggers later on.
Sure.
Interesting. So Phoenix, oh wow, Ignite demanding a blocking card. That's brutal, honestly.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
crazy.
Interesting if we're gonna see the Katana swing after that. Oh yeah, the Mask of Momentum. No, the Flame Call Awakening.
Yeah, so he's searching for another Phoenix Flame.
Wow, and it's 4 go again, I think.
It's 3. Yeah.
Okay. And well, back in my time, 5 wasn't a playable hero really. As 3 go again, blocked, but again, that's
we are still having at least, I believe, at least 5 more damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Fire that burns within. 4 go again, recovering, and now drawing a card. That's a blue card, so he'll be able to send the Searing Emerald Blade, recover another Phoenix,
yes.
And I believe it's either a lethal or a like whole blocking hand. Like the hand has to be utilized in a blocking matter, I think, in that spot. So taking 1. Adrian is trying his best to get that value from blocking.
He drews a blue, so only 3 more.
And I think he... I don't know.
Yeah, he already take the Phoenix.
Oh yeah, to get
discard
that
it.
fire
to
that
the,
burns within. Okay,
yeah,
I
exactly.
see. I missed that.
But
I always
still,
think those...
1 HP, it's
a bit
seems
tough.
a bit unbelievable.
Oh wow, and you can see there's a, I think, 3rd copy of Rising Leviathan, Blaze Headlong, and some other cards that Łukasz decided that he'll be keeping for himself. A Phoenix form.
Yeah,
loads of damage.
Yeah.
Loads of damage. I think it's pretty grim from Adrian. Oh, the Rise from the Ashes taking back the Phoenix, so it's now 7 go again. Or because it gets +3, so it's 7 go again. Wow,
for sure.
Absolutely brutal. So, and they just now remembered that I asked them to get that go again tokens and everything.
It's right on time.
Yeah, right on time. And Łukasz is coming hungry for this
for sure.
This year's national championships. He's going back to reclaim the title, looking like 4-0 score for him, and now finishing this. Yes. So Łukasz Zięba being the first 4-0 in our portion of a CC today. So a perfect score in Classic Constructed for him on a 5. Quite an old hero. Often looked at like, I want to play Cindra, I'll rather flick those knives.
Also, I mentioned only that he plays so confident. He saw from the beginning what he wants to do and delivered.
Definitely. Like, I was joking that aggro matchups typically get that tendency that we go, we smash everything we have in our deck against each other, and whoever draws more poorly loses. And I'm taking that word back. They were saying, I was saying them in laughing matter, but I'm taking them back.
Like you said, the difference because of the defense reactions inclusion, it made a bit of difference.
That really flipped the script, since both Cindra and 5 from Łukasz's side were running the defense reaction. And I think that really brought a lot of breathing room, because both of them get to utilize that. Of course, in the end, Cindra got them a bit too little, too late. One had to be pitched away, unfortunately. And Łukasz with a life to spare closes this one out. Congrats to him. We're, of course, gonna be rooting for every player.
Of course.
In the draft
especially
portion
that
of
we are changing now the format to the draft, so we'll need to get a bit of a break, but then we'll try to get Łukasz for the quick interview,
sure.
And then we'll get a quick break, so let the players make the draft and then get back to the
Before we
games.
hop onto the break, 2-3 sentences about the draft. What you think, Mathisen?
I mean, I'm not really fond of not only the format, but this current one with the lightning.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of the lightning
I see.
heroes, so
You're more
it
of
might
a-
be a problem. But yeah, I'm a biased of that. So yeah, it's not the draft problem. It's myself problem. Yeah.
Okay.
But so maybe I'll ask, what do you think about it?
Sure. So that's the first set that I'm drafting.
Oh,
Since,
okay.
Last year for nationals, I did not qualify. Therefore, I played I don't think I played a single draft of High Seas, and I might be missing on that because I've heard that High Seas Limited was really good. I have to say this Limited is also really good. I think there are some, in my personal opinion, Zyggy and Oscilio are a bit better than Aurora, but it doesn't mean that if you decide to draft Aurora in your draft, you're gonna 0-3 that draft.
Especially that, like you said, maybe the player also knows it, so their Aurora might be less popular, and then the power level of her getting all the cards she needed might get it over the line.
There's a great amount of skill in this draft from my perspective. I mean, I'm a newbie when it comes to limited play, as I've said previously, but when we were preparing for nationals, we played, I think, 2 in-house drafted.
Yeah.
In one of those, I drafted Zyggy, and I was a single one in a pot.
Oh, that's great.
Single Zyggy in 8-person pot. I got Majestics for Zyggy wheeled, basically. My deck was cracked. I was getting everything I wanted, and I want to say that I did not finish that 3-0. I went 2-1 because I neglected the part. I was so hyper focused on getting that good card, those rares, those the cards that pack a punch in those limited format, that I completely, or maybe not completely, but I think I did not give myself enough room to build that sideboard against Aurora, against Oscilio. So there's that one part of the draft when you actually need to draft a playable deck that has enough damage to
really important,
kill your opponent.
Not only to get the value or the best cards, but also to create a deck that works really well.
And the second part, I think, is the sideboard slot. Because you have defense reactions, you have those arcane prevention.
Instance,
So I think I'm really looking forward towards this draft. It's a bit of a shame that I don't get to play it today myself. But we're, of course, going to be streaming and cheering for everyone on the feature table once we conclude the draft portion, of course. So I think we're going to hop on for a small break, get Łukasz here for a quick interview.
That's right.
So stay right here, stay tuned, and we're going to come back to you in a second. Welcome back after a quick break, after the last round of Classic Constructed for today. I've got Łukasz here, the first 4-0 in our nationals that's coming in hot to the draft. I guess we're going to see if you're coming in hot. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. But how do you feel so far? The Fi, definitely not most represented hero currently in our nationals. What are your thoughts? How do you feel?
I told that to Adrian after our game that I didn't really think that I would go 4-0 with Fi. I knew that this deck is decent. I've played it years ago for I think for the first World Championship in San Jose. I took Fi there, and after that he kind of fell off. He got few cards banned.
Fi went for the retirement.
Yeah,
for some time.
He went, for a soul searching a bit. And I wasn't expecting to perform as good. Of course, it was a bit of the luck of the draw, and I won the dice roll in the last game, so kind of things went my way in a few spots, but still, the deck feels powerful. It's really consistent, and it has potential to blow out potential and potential to create a turn with a lot of numbers, a lot of attacks with Art of Wars, not in this matchup that we've seen on the stream, but in other matchups when I play them. It's really explosive, really consistent, and I'm kind of surprised that it performed as well as it did.
You're very humble, Łukasz, but we've seen your game and we see how you control the life totals, how you stay comfortable in that game. Adrian still had he had to take 15, 16, 17 points of life from you for you to start blocking, actually. You could have still be like, you know what, send the bill. I can say no blocks. I'm in that comfortable spot for that. So you could say that it was, of course, lack of a draw. But
this is a bit deceptive because we've played this matchup a lot. Preparing for the nationals, I've tested with the few of my friends that were trying to play Cindra, and we played this matchup. So the life lead is really deceptive because once he starts threatening mask and once he starts drawing from mask, if he draws a card from mask, it's still playable. If he draws 2 cards from mask, I just lost. And and there's comes a spot like this game. I had enough time to put my equipment in front of his attacks, and I denied mask triggers entire game. I think he didn't draw a single card from the mask, so that went really my way. But if I bricked one more turn, or he didn't brick one turn when he had to block with 3 cards, then this game can really turn
sideways for you.
Really fast. It can go really fast, really bad.
Okay, I see. So because I'm a type of player that went 0-3, but really perceives these aggro mirrors as a Ooga Booga Slam. We push everything towards my opponent's face, and we'll be seeing whoever breaks first, I guess. But really, in this match, I've seen that it's not like that. It's not really like that. People are starting to include the defense reactions. We were talking a bit about your brother's list of Cindra that was in a Calling to Lose, I think, firstly featured.
Yeah, he has a really interesting build with a lot of defense reactions. I really like it as well.
I remember his interview with Paul van Giesel after World Premier London, and he's saying this is Briar deck. You see that number? That's 2. In my deck, it's 3. It's better.
Yes, exactly.
Bartosz, of course, being an aggro player, it's very funny for us to see something like that. So, okay, but after your success in CC, after you get a bit of time to cool off, have you prepared for draft? What's your opinion about the draft? Can you give us a bit of insight in your head?
I've prepared a bit. I think this is least that I've prepared for any of the draft formats up to date. Still, that doesn't mean I didn't play games. I've played 20, 30 drafts. So
wow, that's not a bit.
Yeah, that's the least that I prepared for any draft format. So I'm really. I plan to just draft my seed, and see what cards are being passed to me, and just play the hero that I'm given by the FAB gods.
Okay. So just ride the wind,
Yeah,
follow
I'm
the flow.
really wouldn't say super comfortable, but I can play all of the heroes. I don't really have a preference for either of those. So we will see what the boosters bring. This is at the end of the day the most important thing for me. When I'm drafting, to just see the boosters. I try not to have any any plans coming in, because you have to adapt in every draft. You have to adapt, looking at every booster pack that passed to you. So
no forcing from your side.
Yeah, I'm trying not to force, but that also depends on the booster. If I get a powerful Majestics for any of the classes, I will just take it first pick and say, yep, that's my class. I will just draft
Sorry,
it.
boys.
We will see. If I get some good generic cards in the first few picks, then I can stay open for the few picks, see how the pod turns out, like who picks who. Maybe I can move in the seat that's underdrafted. That would be perfect. Oh yeah, my strategy for the draft would be, I would like the character I would like to play is the character that's 2 of in draft pod. I don't really care which one is it, but
I guess that's every drafter's little wish that wants to come through in the draft, especially in national season. Okay, Łukasz, thank you for the interview. I don't want to take any more of your time. Really proud of your CC score. Keep it coming. We're going to cheer for you in the draft portion of the deck. We know that you've been the Polish national champion some time ago, and you came in today and you said, you know what, boys, I'm really hungry to reclaim that title. I'm sorry. I'm just coming in with that Draconic Ninja and I'm going for the crown. So fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed for everybody that's coming here to the Polish nationals, fighting, competing for the title. And we're going to now head for a bigger break since we do not have the feature pod draft set up. So we're going to resume the stream after all the drafts are concluded. And we're going to see, again, players on the stream that's fighting off against each other in already drafted decks. Thank you once again, Łukasz.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Stay tuned and see you in the drafting portion of the stream.
Welcome back after a quick break during which a player drafted their decks. Welcome with our new caster. Whoa, we have a bit of confusion, but yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's Klimshire. We actually featured him on round number 1, but yeah, now here it is, and he will help us cast with me. So welcome on board, and yeah.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hopefully my casting will be better than my gameplay today, but
I mean, the gameplay during round 1 was fire, especially when our stream went down. But yeah, apart from that, everything was perfect. So yeah, let's maybe talk about a draft
yes.
a bit. So yeah, how do you feel about the drafting since you prepared for the tournament, of course? So.
Yes. So we just finished the 4 rounds of Classic Constructed, and we now go to the three rounds of the Omens draft. I feel like this is one of the best draft formats I played during FAB. It's really complicated. Overall, the drafting portion and the gameplay is pretty complicated because we both have arcane damage in the set and physical damage.
Yes.
So we will see how it goes. Do you feel like, of course, we have 3 heroes, Aurora, Zyggy, and Oscilio. Do you feel like maybe one of the heroes is better for you than the others? Or
I mean, it's probably the good thing that every hero has a bit different playstyle. So it's like everyone can give a lot or choose what's best fit for him. So it's like more aggressive version like Aurora's, and then more complicated, maybe more arcane like the Oscilio. So it's like the question, what do you prefer to play? Yeah, basically. So everyone can get whatever he wants. But yeah, since I saw a bit the drafting portion, I would say that the most popular, I would say, is probably Zyggy here. But we'll check if that's true.
Yeah. So from my experience, I rather prefer to play Oscilio. I feel like Oscilio supports much more players in the pot.
Okay.
Like I feel like when there is like a split for Oscilio to Aurora to Zyggy, it should be like pretty normal. So we will see because we don't have yet the confirmation how the feature pot will look like. We will get that confirmation after round 1. But I feel I heard that there is 3 Oscilios, 3 Zyggys, and 2 Auroras from what we heard.
Because we will feature the pod number 2, so the players currently having a record of 3-1.
Yes.
So yeah. And yeah, like you said, it's 3-3-2, so almost as like you said, yeah, before the pod will be probably an interesting one to see. And as far as I know, we will during round 1 of the draft we'll see Aurora versus Zyggy.
Yes.
So how do you feel about this matchup?
So I feel like normally maybe we can say this format, a lot of people are saying is a little bit rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
So Oscilio beats Aurora, and Zyggy Aurora beats Zyggy, and Zyggy beats Oscilio. But I feel like Zyggy is actually one of the better heroes against both of the decks if there is only 2 in the pot. Because I feel like if there is only 2 Zyggys in the pot, Zyggy can much more focus on the ward auras, the prevention effect against Oscilio.
Yeah.
And because of the big fragment attacks, and you don't have to fight against other players to get the big fragment attacks. I don't know, like a blink of an eye. Of course, it's pretty much a bomb in this format. And the other fragment attacks, from my experience, if there is only 2 Zyggys in the pool and the Aurora decks are not that good, but if there is only 2 Aurora decks on our pot, probably they are pretty good decks. So Zyggy, I feel like, can fatigue Aurora.
So like the value of his cards are best. Yeah?
Yes, better than Aurora. But I feel like if there are 3 Zyggys and only 2 Auroras, if this is the correct pot spread, I feel like this will be a pretty uphill battle for Zyggy.
Yeah. We're not sure whether Aurora player will start or go second, but yeah, like you said, only 2 on the pot, so probably there will be an edge for that. So if I see correctly, they almost done shuffling. So yeah, we are almost ready to have it. So maybe we'll just check the players. Oh yeah, they are only double checking if they are ready to go. But the last portion of shuffling, yeah. Yeah, so
So we will see Liliana on the left will be on Aurora, and Adam on the right will be on Zyggy. So we will see, because we will see just in a minute, because we didn't mention that one of the most important part, of course, of Unlimited game is equipment. So we will see which equipment our players represent, because in this format, equipment is pretty scarce. There is no rainbow foil equipment.
Yeah.
So, of course, during the draft, we open 24 packs, and there is only 24 equipment.
yes,
so
that's right.
Yeah, so it's free. So it's free per person on average. So the person that has 4 equipments and on average can prevent 4 more damage from those equipments will have a big edge as
Yes,
well.
for sure. And also you'll need to get exactly the pieces you will need it to open or to get passed by other drafters.
Yes, there is much more gloves, for example, than any other equipment, because of course only class equipments in this set are the gloves. So we will see how the dice rolls went, and of course I'm most interested to see the equipment loadout.
Yeah, unfortunately they are hiding it still. We don't even see how many pieces. Oh, it's probably 2 for Adam, but I'm not sure yet. But okay, so they are just waiting for the confirmation to start.
Yes, of course we have the macro represented. So from classic constructed to limited, of course we have the Omens of Arcana macro that makes that every hero starts with a lightning flow, and every lightning flow has spell void 1.
That's really important, and the managing resources and the lightning flows are the big portion of the game.
Yes, of course. So hopefully we will start soon, because as we see, Adam already has his starting hand prepared. So hopefully we will start in any second.
Oh yeah, so the handshake, and yeah, they'll go. Yeah, so as we've seen, Adam has 2 pieces, and whoa, actually there is full set.
Yes, so full set for Liliana. That represents that probably the whispers of only 2 Auroras being in the pod is true.
Yeah.
But they are not the best, to be honest. Of course, those are the gloves, snap fingers that you can pay 1 to deal 1 arcane damage through the current attack. Of course, it's one of the most premium ones, but those other 3, the head slot, the chest slot, and the leg slot, are the equipment that you pay 2 and make 1 of the tokens. So of course it's better to have the 3 of them, because you can pitch 2 blues and prevent 3 damage, and then you make a ponder, embodiment of lightning, and a lightning flow. So pretty good equipment suite, and 2 seekers equipment from Adam. And as we see, Adam starts
with
and
corrosive space dust,
yes,
I believe. Yeah.
Yes, I don't see exactly which color. I think it's yellow. Yes.
Yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's yellow. So it's probably besides the Blink of an Eye that we already mentioned, I feel like it's the second best card in the set for Zyggy. So
especially turn 0 when he starts. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's super good start for Adam. So we will see how Liliana want to respond from this. But of course, there is also a downside of the corrosive space dust, because to flicker with Zyggy, you have to use the lightning flow, and of course, if you do that on the corrosive space dust, then you have 0 lightning flows, and it might get awkward for Adam if he doesn't make any more, doesn't find any lightning flow generation.
That's right, and as we see, Aurora already used her lightning flow to create an embodiment using hero ability, so probably preparing for the big first turn to just try to swing as much damage as she can. Yeah, lightning triggers, so we'll see.
Yeah, so Liliana has one of the better cards for Aurora. I don't remember the name at the moment, but it's when has Quick Strike activated. It's 4 go again and 1 arcane damage, and on hit it makes a ponder. I also see Electric Jolt Step in the hand and a Quick Succession. I think it's a blue one. So we will see. Of course, she will start with this one. So it's 4 go again on hit. She will create a ponder. Yeah. But also there is a Quick Succession and the card that for attacks 2, 4, 5, and if you destroy a lightning flow, it gets +2, so it's basically 2 for 7. But because Lydiana destroyed the lightning flow, turns 0 to make an embodiment of lightning, it won't get any value.
Yeah, that's right. So 4 go again, and Adam is currently deciding which card he wants to block with. It's probably gonna be block 3.
Yes, I think 2 auras and a duality in Adam's hand. So as we talked before we went to this match, when there is 3 Zyggys, it's hard to find the right balance between the auras and the blocking cards. And of course the auras are pretty mediocre at blocking physical damage. Yeah. So that's why it's pretty hard for Zyggy overall to overcome the Aurora aggression. So we will see if Adam managed to, because I see Sigil of Lightning in his hand, and there is the duality. So he pitches Sigil of Lightning, he will flicker the corrosive space dust to make it ward free and deal arcane damage. But I feel like Lydiana is pretty happy with that, because she will follow up with the attack even without the value, and if you can arsenal the Quick Succession, it's a pretty good card overall, because it's always a starter and a tour extender. And I feel like the most important thing in this limited format is that you convert your hand well.
Yeah, that's for sure. And as we see, it's already blocked all by the ward, but there also was a prevention. Oh yeah, the prevention went to the arcane, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, so we see it's 6 go again, because of course it gives +1 from the Quick Succession. Of course we can destroy the lightning flow, but we see the card dealt damage. We made the ponder, so now the turn is super good, because we see that Adam is using his weapon Aphroditeas to deal the 2 damage and blocking fully, and he uses the Seekers to basically block for 2 the Scorpio, the Aurora weapon. But the most important thing, that Adam is completely out of equipment now. So
yes, and not only for the equipment, but also he blocks with whole hand basically. So there is not much he can do during his own turn. He just swings for 4 from the arsenal.
Yes. So I believe that this card makes your next instant cost 1 less. But
but that's
of course with no cards in hand, it doesn't matter. I didn't catch what Lydiana did arsenal from the ponder, but we see another 2 Quick Successions and a Leech Vitality. Yes. I think like one of the best cards in this set, especially with the gloves, because of course it counts every instance of damage. So for example, when you play that with a card that deals arcane damage on attack, and the fingers, you basically can get up to 3 life from it. So it's like amazing, especially against Oscilio.
And she really likes her hand, because she took all the damage, and we'll see how much will hit back.
Yes, because like with the Quick Succession, you just can't convert every hand basically, and with every attack, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. This card is blue, of course, but it still goes from for 2 with arcane damage on top with the Leech Vitality. We have the resource to use the gloves. And the most important part is that Adam is out of equipment completely. So every Scorpio attack will now either deal 2 damage or require full card from the hand. Block. Yes. So we see that now Adam has things like I think electrolyze in hand, so this more cards that doesn't block. So he's taking the damage, and I think we will see if Liliana decides to use the gloves. Oh, it's like from worse to worse, because this is, I believe, in my opinion, the best card for Runeblade in this set. Of course, it's path that meets the ends. I think it's something called like that. So of course,
the path,
it's the path. So it's 3 damage because of the quick succession. Because from the last resource we gave it go again. So we basically converted the hand perfectly.
Yeah, the whole hand, even with the Ponder, the card from Arsenal from Pondering Last Turn. So yeah, it was crazy value, but the Adam took it all. So maybe he'll be able to do a similar value with his hand.
Yes.
So like you said, he has Electrolyze, so he started with it. So 4 go again.
Yes. So we see another quick succession in hand from Liliana. So it's the fourth one already. So we see that Aurora was really open in this draft, because
not only it was open, but also had a good packs.
Yes, because it's I believe that it's also one of the best cards in the set, and it's weird because we always want the red card, but I feel like the blue and the yellow, especially the yellow one, is the best one. So I don't exactly. I
Majestic,
think, yes, that is that is the Majestic. It's 0 for 4. When it's on the stack, your opponent cannot play instant and activate abilities, and you can tap your hero and for 1 resource give it +1. So it goes to 5. Diana will take 2 damage, but of course we will see that this hand converts perfectly once again, because we have the quick succession. We make an embodiment, so maybe we plan to arsenal this quick succession to have the a quick succession for next turn, so to be sure to convert the next hand. We can of course the most important thing after Adam used all his equipment is to utilize the Scorpio every turn.
Yes, that's basically like you said before. Now it takes always it also deals 2 damage or takes a full card from hand. Yeah, so it's a great value. That's why Liliana chose to do it sequence like that.
Yes. So because of this aggression, Adam didn't have like a time to breathe, I believe.
Yeah.
So every aura that he had, like Sigil of Lightning, stuff like that, he had to pitch that to the prevention effects. And as we see, he has to give a full card to the Scorpio. And basically, I believe he will never play a full hand for the rest of this game.
Yeah, because only he have 6 HP left, and the Scorpio will be active still.
Yes, we see the first attack from Adam this game that has a fragment mechanic. Yeah, so finally, it's one of the better ones, because when it fragments, of course, it creates a lightning flow token, but it's for it being a yellow, it doesn't require any blocks. So Liliana still has full equipment. So of course, Zyggy is not like Oscilio. It won't like kill you from arcane damage, but like we already saw the corrosive space dust plus Aphrodite's combo, so it's 4 arcane damage. But after even taking this attack, potentially Liliana will go to 4, and with the full equipment sweep, she is totally covered from.
So there basically was a decision whether she can convert all of her hands, or it's just better to block with 1 card like we've seen, and then try to go with 3 cards plus 1 from the arsenal to make a pressure to try to take more cards from Adam's hand.
Yes. So it's interesting. We see a Thunderous Retort in Liliana's hand. It's a blue one. So it basically you play it. It gets Arcane Barrier 1, and at the start of the action phase, it gets destroyed and gives attack go again. And it's interesting that she plays that against Zyggy. Maybe she's lacking blue cards in her deck, because I feel like you want to play around 10 blues in Aurora. 9 to 10 blues, but like with the quality of the cards we saw so far, I'm really surprised with the blue cards that we see here. But we still have the quick succession in arsenal, so we can take the damage probably, and with the quick succession we just need to draw a working hand, and probably this game will be over for Lidiana.
So blocking with 2 cards.
Oh, and we see the best cards in this set, I believe, for Zyggy. So it's red Blink of an Eye. Yes, it's 2 for 7. You can flicker one, of course, banish one of your Lightning Aura permanents and return it with the Holocanter. But it's like all comes back that we already discussed, that Adam didn't have time to deploy those auras. So basically, it's still a pretty good attack because it basically needs an answer, and of course you can. Adam still has 2 cards in hand, so of course you can play the aura in response to the fragment trigger.
Yes.
So basically, it's a bluff at the moment. Does Lidiana want to block this or not? I think she will. So I think yes.
Adam, exactly like you said, there is a response to the fragment trigger.
Yes, because I feel like taking 7 damage here is just too aggressive and too dangerous in case of this Aphrodisias, and we see that it's aura shards. Luckily, it's only a blue.
The blue one, yes. So only +3 in total, not +5, yeah?
Yes, because it would be +5, it would be devastating, but it's still a pretty big blowout here. Because we see that if this Aphrodisias connects, we will go to 1.
Yeah, but the lightning flow tokens are used to prevent those damage, so it's still 3 to 3 HP, but 4 cards for the Liliana to get the revenge.
Yes, and we see the 3rd path already, so the Liliana deck is really amazing, and we see also the combat trick, so +3. So if Adam doesn't represent and doesn't overblock here, he probably will just die.
Yeah, but it's really hard for him to do such a thing as overblocking in that spot, because the attack still has to go again. So you don't really know for how much will the rest of the turn will go. So yeah, it's a really hard spot.
Yes. Maybe like he can read that there is no attack with a quick strike, because basically you can pay, of course, 1 resource to the path to give it go again. So you basically waste the quick succession go again here. It just gives +1. So from yellow the path becomes red. But the important thing is, and we see on another really good card here in Adam's that is blocking. So Erode Authority, one of the best fragment cards, of course, with Dominate. But he has 0 lightning flows. So at the moment he can't use his weapon.
That's right.
Yeah, he can't flicker any auras, and he just needs to play an aura from his hand just for the ward value. To prevent those damage.
Basically to survive, but there still will be a swing, yeah?
Yes, so there will be Snap Fingers, and there will be Scorpio activation after that, because of course the path has go again, I think.
Yeah.
And there is some misunderstanding now between the players about the timing of the deployment of the cards, but we will see. Oh, there is another aura, I think. It got figured out, but still, I feel like when Lidiana will just draw the next hand and it's functional, for the rest of the game, the Zyggy will have to block with his 4 cards. There is still Scorpio attack.
It's down to 1 HP, with a Ponder maybe, but
so basically now every duality, will be just game ending. So Lidiana will just draw 4 cards, Adam will say, "Can I resolve my ponder?" And basically, we will see if there is a duality to deal. Yeah, and
there
of course,
it is.
there it is.
So arcane damage will go through, and that's a game. So Liliana is our winner.
Yes, but it was really so it really shows that of course Adam probably was right to be in Zyggy because we saw that he has like so many quality cards, like of course the blink of an eye, like corrosive space dust, those are rares, so they are pretty hard to come by. But of course,
overall the matchup went like you said before we even started. So the Aurora was the aggressor, especially on when she went second, in that game. So and almost all of her hands were like functionally with full grip. So there was not much blocking from the Aurora side, but just full gas and
Yes. So sometimes in this, when I was testing this format, a lot of people just basically gamble. I feel like, because I believe it's most the hardest for Aurora and Oscilio to just convert their hands. So basically, you just pass the turn and like block with your full hand. And of course, normally in like classic constructed game, you lose so much tempo because of that. Because in classic constructed, the decks are so powerful that they are built to convert their hands. In limited, it works differently. So of course,
especially in draft, like it's way harder to do so.
Yes. So Oscilio basically, if he doesn't have a Starfall activator, he will just do a 4-card free arcane. It like happens a lot in this draft, especially when there is a lot of Oscilio drafters. So of course everyone is fighting for those instant that are turn extenders. But we saw that Liliana had zero problems with that. She didn't even have to use her equipment. So basically the
only
legs,
the
snap fingers. Of course the legs, when you need them, they just becomes a lightning embodiment of lightning generator. But we saw like during like first 5 turns of the game, 4 quick successions were played and 1 was pitched, I believe. So
that at least, was crazy conversion.
At least 5 of them are in the deck. So I think there was zero problems with converting the hands, and we saw that there were a lot of cards. I think we saw 3 paths of the same ends. Those were yellow, of course, worse than red, but still amazing card. That, of course, I feel like Liliana was exactly in the seat that she wanted.
Yes, and also converted it really well and played like she wanted to. That was all prepared. So
and we saw so many auras from Zyggy, and they were like super awkward to block with. But basically, you just, when you don't pick the auras in draft, you just concede your matchup into Oscilio. And I will see, and I hopefully will see more Liliana gameplay, hopefully soon, and I'm really excited to maybe see how this Aurora deck does against Oscilio.
So actually we'll make a quick break and try to get Liliana to the quick interview, maybe, so we have still some time, so maybe a quick one, of course the quicker than usual because of the draft synergy. She'll probably won't tell about all the text and some, but we'll go for the short break and try to get an interview.
Okay, hello. So we are back from the short break with the winner of our feature match in the first game of the draft. So of course with Liliana, once again, congratulations on the win. So first, what do you think about this current draft format, the Omens of the Third Age?
I personally hate Omens of the Third Age, but I didn't draft so much, so my point of like... I drafted only like high seas, so I don't have much experience drafting. And I loved drafting high seas, and that's when I refer to my draft of high seas. I loved it, and then I refer to the Omen of the high seas.
Do you have? Oh, yeah, sorry. Do you have any like preference for the heroes still in the set? Because of course you drafted Aurora in the end, but do you before you sit to the draft, do you feel like maybe one of the heroes is better than the other? Do you have like a personal preference maybe?
I don't really know. I tested 3 drafts. I played Zyggy in 2 of them and 1 Aurora. And the Aurora was really like sleepy. I would at the midnight I was doing it, and I went 0-1 and then dropped from.
Yeah. But like we commented, of course, that your whole game, and I feel like your deck is really what the Aurora in this format should look like. You basically converted your every hand with like 4 quick successions played. So I feel like your deck is really good. So
yeah, I like read a lot about the draft and like about the Aurora, like pretty much. I was waiting for the 246 mythic.
Oh yeah,
the whole 3 packs.
Yeah. So the kiss. And yes, of course. But I feel like you basically got your best matchup round 1. Yeah. So hopefully you have as well some Oscilio tech, because we believe there is only 2 Auroras in the pot. So I feel like you are on your way to a good finish. So thank you so much, and good luck in the rest of your runs, and hopefully maybe we'll talk once again after the draft pot final. So of course after the 2-0 match. So once again, congratulations, and we will go now on a short break, and we will come back with the second round of the draft.
Yeah, so we are back. Almost, yeah. So players already started the game, so just like that, yeah. The HP aren't adjusted yet, but yeah. We will fix that in a moment. So this time around we will have Oscilio Mirror. And yeah, how do you feel about this matchup?
So it's a really tricky matchup. So of course, a lot of arcane damage, and a lot of instant speed interactions going on. So players really need to communicate well where we are in the turn.
But with all the priorities, yeah, and such.
Yes, but we see that, as I said, like both of the Oscilios that we had on the pot made it to 1-0. So I mentioned that I feel like Oscilio is one of the better, in my opinion, classes here in our Omens of the Third Age draft. So we will see how powerful are the decks of both our players. It's difficult because of course Oscilio is all about the arcane damage, but also we have a lot of prevention effects in this draft. So we see already Bartosz will try to prevent some of the damage with his equipment. We see that he has 4 of the equipment pieces as well, so it's a pretty good start. I feel like the headpiece is by far the worst in Oscilio because it creates a ponder. Of course, ponder, a lot of the times you end up with 2 ponders because, of course, your hero ability
also creates
creates ponder when you discard an instant, and of course you can play it this turn. I feel like the best are the legs that you can make embody of lightment. That way you can splash a really good attack actions into Oscilio as well, and they always have go again. And we will see how many prevention effects our player have, because this matchup, when there is a lot of prevention effect going on, can go to fatigue. Basically, Oscilio, of course, without a real weapon. None of the hero has a real weapon in this set. That's why the fatigue is pretty big problem. So cards like Adam played, so of course it was tap lessons past, so it deals 4 damage, and on hit you can tap your hero to put an instant card from your graveyard to the bottom of your deck. So of course it prevents some of the fatigue aspects. And we already see that Bartosz responds with, I feel like, one of the best cards in this set, not only for Oscilio, but overall. It's core reaction.
Yeah. But it was the blue one, I believe, so only 2 arcane.
Yes, but it's still pretty good in the mirror. Of course, there is a ton of prevention floating around, especially in the Oscilio mirror cards like Cosmic Suture, for example. So on red it prevents 4. It's really game changer in these arcane damage matchups. But we see that Bartosz has some attacks in his deck, because we see one of the best attacks is Oscilio, of course, is the 1/4. When you play an instant, it gets +2, and on hit it creates an lightning flow token. So I believe now we are at the start of Bartosz's turn in response to this core reaction.
That's right.
And Adam thinks if he wants to prevent this damage or not. And Adam has the legs, so for free he can use his Seeker equipment and the legs to prevent the 2 damage that is presented, and has an embodiment of lightning. Of course, the embodiment of lightning can stay for the whole game, and basically just power up your best attack action in the deck.
Yeah, but firstly he will activate the Oscilio ability
and play a blue Cosmic Suture. So it prevents 2 damage, but of course with the activation of the Volzar, because the instant went to the graveyard, and the Starfall effect from the Cosmic Suture, it will deal 2 damage. So Bartosz is already at 14. And he is playing the attack action card.
you mentioned before,
Yeah, so we will see if Bartosz has an instant, because there is a lot of those attacks here in the draft that you basically can bluff with them. So it's still, if it hits, he creates the even if he doesn't have instant, he creates the embodiment. We'll see. So basically, the most important thing I believe in the Oscilio mirror, we already mentioned that during the game number 1, is converting your whole hand.
Yeah.
So there is no arcane barrier presented. So basically, you really need, I believe, like 9 to 10 instants in your deck, like the instant that untap your staff, untap your Volzar, and so on, to make your turns be much larger. But we see that Adam has cards like Thunderous Retort and chromatic something,
yeah.
something. So the card that makes your spell of the chosen color cheaper and makes it amp 1. It's the 2 cards that doesn't block at all. So this attack is really basically a true damage. And here Bartosz has an instant. It wasn't a bluff. And it's one of the better ones. So in this situation, because he didn't have any arcane damage to deal, so the untapping of the staff would be useless. He had the additional cards, so the ponder would be pretty bad. So the one that makes lightning flow in this situation was definitely the best. And because Adam had so many cards focused on preventing the arcane damage side, he basically took the whole physical damage, because he had only cards that are arcane barrier and didn't do anything. So here he is playing. I feel like it's Comet Collision, so it's a free arcane damage for if you activated Starfall, but it's without any bonus. So
it's just free.
Yeah, so it's just free damage. But it's still free damage is something that you have to respect. And now Bartosz is thinking what he can do during his turn, because I believe we see at the middle of his hand he has the red Cosmic Searcher. So we will see if he wants to use that now to prevent the free damage. Yeah, we will. I think
at the start also Adam created the embodiment of lightning token, so he also probably have some attack later for the turns. Maybe he even arsenal the one. But we'll need to see about that. And they are still.
Yes, I think at the end of the turn, Adam did not. Oh. Adam did not make a ponder token, or
from the Oscilio,
yeah, from the Oscilio, and discarding the Cosmic Searcher. So we will see if Bartosz will respond with the same thing, because I see a Nebula in his hand, a red one. So it's he has a free damage spell as well. He's pitching a Sigil of Lightning, and of course he will play the Searcher and deal 2 damage and prevent 4. And basically, Adam has to think. He has only 1 lightning flow. So lightning flow are not that important in Oscilio. You don't use the ability that much. That often. But in the Oscilio mirror, they are really important, because they are basically, of course, because of the macro, they are spell void 1. So basically, they are like you are that many life points ahead. How many of the lightning flows you have? So now Adam plays a really nice card. So it an instant for 1 that creates 2. It's not that card. It's a blue that creates either embodiment of lightning or lightning flow.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought this is the one that creates 2 lightning flows. I prefer the other one pretty much, and it will activate the Starfall because it's still on the stack. So the Starfall requirement was used, but of course the Cosmic Searcher is so good in this mirror. It just prevented the fall for damage, and now
Adam will resolve the Ponder token, Arsenal the last card.
Yes, but all the tempo is on the Bartosz's side.
Yes, and also the live lead. So
Oh yes, and he is playing. I feel like one of the best cards in Oscilio. So it's turn to Mind Fire. So it's for 2 it deals 5 arcane damage. And if you deal the damage, you can tap your hero to create a Ponder. Of course, the hero is already tapped because
so there is no way to do so. Yeah.
Yes, but it's still 2 for 5.
Yes, 5 arcane.
Yes, so it's a really good rate overall, and it's arcane. So it's super good card. It's really hard to prevent, and we have to remember that also Bartosz has the gloves that amps 1 damage. So he really will have a lot of reach when Adam goes to a low life total without, and as we already mentioned, he now has 2 flows, but of course he is discarding to Oscilio, and he is we already
Another
see
one,
I think fourth searcher this game, but I feel like this is the best card by far.
And
in the Oscilio
for
mirror.
sure, this matchup is much more technical than the previous one.
Yes.
Yeah, there is much more like shenanigans with instances and the arcane damage, of course. So it's more technical, but still this card make a huge difference.
Yes, Bartosz had Ponder from his
Activating
ability during Adam's turn, and now he is also discarding a Nebula, so he can resolve his Ponder. He will see. I didn't catch what exactly did he draw, and does he want to? Yes, I think he drew a blue arcane damage spell. I think it's Blue Comet Collision.
Yeah, that's why he won't put it into his arsenal. Yeah.
Yeah, we see already another Comet Collision from Adam now. So he really is converting well with those arcane. We can say zaps. So free damage.
Free arcane for 0.
Yes, of course. I much prefer Meteoric Impact. So the 1 cost variance of this spell, because of course for 1 when you have Starfall activated, we see it deals 5 damage, but we didn't see a lot of those Starfall activation. So basically this mirror is pretty weird so far in my experience, because like most of the damage was dealt during the blocking phase. So those Cosmic Sashers that every time they prevented the damage dealt to the enemy hero were really the MVP here.
Like we saw at the almost beginning, the most damage was leaked when there was a physical attack already. So
yes,
it might be interesting that there is still an embodiment of lightning for the Adam, so maybe he'll try to make some future wider turns, but yeah.
Yes, but now we see finally the Meteoric Impact with the Starfall activated, and the instant that is untapping your staff. So it's basically for 7, it dealt 7 damage to Adam, so it was by far the biggest spell. So Adam is now on 4.
And it's followed up by...
Yes, it's another duality.
Yeah, so creating a lightning flow and 1 arcane, yeah?
Yes. So we'll see if Adam is willing to use his last lightning flow here to basically prevent this damage, and he will, because I saw a duality in his hand as well, so he has access to this lightning flow, but there is a huge life discrepancy here between Bartosz and Adam. He still has the gloves that can amp 1. He's playing the refinement here, the chromatic refinement, to just play his next spell for cheaper, and of course to activate the Starfall. But he has 4 hard hands, so we will see if he can convert, and I believe that this is a yellow. So I don't know if the chromatic refinement was red or was yellow. I believe it is yellow, so it will amp it for 1 and make it cheaper. Or because Adam actually paid for his card. I feel like the chromatic refinement was just played with the lightning overall just to basically amp 1, so just to activate Volzar because instant went to graveyard. So this chromatic overload just for 4 is pretty unimpressive here.
Especially with the life difference that we already see.
Yes. So we see that Bartosz could keep his full 4-card hand. He prevented one from his equipment. Of course, he tapped his hero, and now we will see what is his follow-up. Yes, he's playing. Of course, he's activating the Starfall here, and he actually is attacking with one of the better cycle of cards. I feel like it's limited. Of course, it's a 2/4/6 that you can pay 1 resource twice to make it go to 7 or to 8, and on hit it creates a lightning flow token. So we'll see if it's the same thing happens here again. That Adam has only instants in hand, because on the top of his hand I see a blue flashbolt. So it's another instant that doesn't block. And a 2 block.
Yeah, and there is a problem that lightning flows can't really block.
Yes, physical attacks.
Yeah, physical attacks. So
yes, so we will see. Yeah. Maybe the 2 physical attack that Bartosz sends will be just super MVPs, because Adam was really well prepared for the arcane side of things, but not really for the physical.
Yeah, and twice in a row he'll get damaged by that.
Yes, so Bartosz will create
and it's
another lightning flow. So basically, it's another life for him. And we see that Adam
goes down to 1, I believe.
Yes, I think so as well. And he still has this embodiment of lightning token from the start.
So maybe he'll be finally able to.
Oh yeah, he finally able to play the card. So it's a red attack for 7. He destroys, of course, the lightning flow token, but we see that Bartosz has another cosmic searcher in his hand. His Oscilio hero is untapped, and now if there is nothing in Adam's arsenal, he basically dies on the spot, because of course he has only one lightning flow.
So only 1 spell void, but we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, so really, I feel like the physical attacks really carried here. Because there was a lot of prevention going on, a lot of arcane prevention, but of course the Cosmic Searcher is still a really good raid card, even against physical attacks.
Bartosz swung physically like twice, but both of the times it was really crucial.
Yes, for example, in the first, when there was the card play that gets pumped by an instant, Adam really needed to pitch the cards to prevent the damage that he wanted to play, because if he took those damage, it was 1/3 of his life total. So basically, I feel like he loses on the spot.
And we've got a game, like you said. The amp is enough.
Yes, so he basically discarded a duality. He still had the Cosmic Searcher to deal more damage. He could have activated Oscilio. He even had one of the better cards. I believe it's yellow. It's a card just for the Oscilio mirror. It prevents 1, 2, or 3 arcane damage. Depends on the color. And the most important thing, it stays, and it gets destroyed at the start of the turn. So it activates Starfall. But we see that
crazy technical matchup. But
yes. So there was. As we already discussed, this matchup might be crazy. I believe more damage was dealt during the opponent rounds, with all the Cosmic Searchers in all the colors floating around. But Bartosz really with those
there
physical
were so
attack.
Many of them, 5 in total.
Yes, I think 5, and Bartosz had now the 6th red one in hand. But we didn't see those because, of course, we had those breaks, so we didn't discuss this, but I believe like Oscilio by far has there is not really something like a bomb here. Like I don't know, like in Rosetta draft there was like Germinate,
Yeah.
or like I don't know, there was like a channel, the Millennium Tree or something
I mean,
like
those
that.
cards are the Majestic, so yeah,
Yes.
it's
Yes, but
different,
but like here the Majestics like
aren't that great.
yes,
in the
I
limited.
feel like there is like the tremendous kiss, I think, for Aurora,
Mhm.
the 2/6 that is really really good. 2/5, of course, when you activate Quick Strike is 2/6, but it's manageable. You don't feel like you lost the game on the spot if opponent resolves it. You can
that's
just
right.
prevent the arcane, block with 2 cards. There is not really that much interaction if case of buffing cards during the reaction step.
I totally agree.
Yeah, but I feel like for Oscilio it's different, and there is
Mhm.
a lot of those cards. For example, of course, and there are on rare. So there is, I feel like the 2 of the best ones are Core Reaction and Flashball.
Yes, for sure, but the importance of that card, the value, it's related to the risk of getting fatigue, yeah, like you said before. So if you only focus on getting arcane damage, you need something better to be able to finish the game. So
yes. But we saw Core Reaction from Bartosz side.
Yeah.
We saw Flashball from Adam's side, but unfortunately both of them were blue, so we didn't see like because like when you play red Core Reaction, so from my experience of drafting this, that I feel like I just won the game. So
okay, yeah.
So if you like play then the top lesson past, you put the red Core Reaction back on the bottom on the deck, is like such a great feeling. But we saw that even without those bombs, Oscilio really has a lot of damage in his arsenal. He basically can be defensive, meanwhile being offensive. That's why I feel like Oscilio is by far, in my opinion, the best class in this draft format.
Yeah, and we have already 1-2-0 in this spot, so we will see him again in the third round.
In the final, we'll see Bartosz in the final round. And of course, siding against other Oscilio is much different. As siding against, for example, Aurora, you really want to have like, I feel like the defense reaction that blocks for free when you play an instant, it gets +1 is by far the best is Oscilio, and it's really good against Aurora. So if he managed to play something else than Oscilio in the finals, I hope we will see how he will side out against this.
Yeah.
But the deck, I feel like isn't that good. It's of course solid, but as I said, he doesn't have those bombs. So I think we'll see if any of the Zyggys are at 2-0. So of course Liliana is another 1-0. So if she's playing against Zyggy, probably the Aurora will be on the upper hand from that. But I feel like even like a mediocre Zyggy deck could have fatigued with all the words, the Oscilio that were presented to us during this round.
Yeah, so we'll see about that. We'll try to get the Bartosz for the quick interview and then move on with the third round once it's already here. So we'll go to quick break and take a Bartosz for the 2-3 questions, and yeah. Yeah, so we actually have the draft phase meta breakdown. So as we can see, the most represented hero is actually an Aurora. So not really that, like we said before, but it's actually almost an even split, yeah? So maybe not that crazy. What do you think about the split?
Yes, I really feel like Oscilio is really underrepresented here, but I believe that a lot of people going to national championship really like with their pet deck in Classic Constructed, and they don't really practice that much draft. Like we will see a final of the pot between Bartosz and Liliana, and during the interview with Liliana, she said that she didn't really practice this draft. But still
get to the final.
Yes,
yeah.
still got to the finals. But I feel like when you Aurora is much less complicated to draft, because of course when you see a good 0-4-4, 0-4-5, sometimes a good quick strike attacks, of course, and chain extenders like quick succession, it's just pretty easy to take them.
So
and just
would
to
you
draft
say it's like the easiest hero to convert the hand, which is really important, like we said before?
Yes, I feel like maybe not easiest to convert the hand, because sometimes you lack those embodiment of lightnings. Of course, good Auroras will convert those hands, but I feel like it's the easiest deck to play and easiest deck to draft, because in Zyggy and in Oscilio, you just need cards just to convert against like other heroes. So in Zyggy, you need some like free blocks, so fragment attacks to combat the Aurora, and of course you need the auras to good against Oscilio.
The Oscilio have a prevention. And
yes, and in Oscilio is the same. So we saw that those physical attacks were really devastating, because Adam, the opponent to Bartosz's Oscilio,
was too focused on preventing.
Too focused on preventing, too focused on those instant, and he didn't have the block cards necessary to combat those physical attacks. And in Aurora, you just basically do your. Of course, it's a Rune Blade, so you just look at your 5-card hand, see
and do a Rune Blade thing.
Yes, if it blocks more than it attacks, and if it attacks more, you just keep your whole hand and just go with the flow, let's say. So it's really, I feel like players that do not feel like comfortable with the draft will a lot of times just try to go towards Aurora, because I feel like this deck is the best one that is like forgiving the mistakes. Like if you do something wrong in Oscilio or in Zyggy, you just can have a train wreck of a draft. So go 0-3. I feel like it's really hard to go with 0-3 with Aurora. So
especially when you are only 2 on the pod.
Yeah. So in those pod that we are covering, so pod number 1, pod number 2. So of course. Players at 5-1, so Liliana.
Yeah, and they are already ready to start the game. So both of them have all equipment slots covered.
Yes, and we will see who is going to start. I feel like it's really important for Oscilio to start against every matchup, because of course he can leak those arcane damage, but against Liliana's equipment suite, it of course will be pretty hard. It will need to be a really big arcane damage spell to just try to leak some damage.
Yeah, so there was a fist bump. Now we just need some piece of papers to get ready, and let's go. They are drawing their first.
Yes, and of course, but like once through the game, Liliana, of course, will have an opportunity to prevent those arcane damage with those equipments. So maybe you just need to get it out of the way. But of course, starting with Ponder, additional lightning flow, and embodiment of lightning will be pretty devastating.
It would be crazy.
Yeah, but I see that Liliana is preparing to pitch a card, so it is Liliana that is going first. So probably it will be just a lightning flow, embodiment of lightning mate, and probably an arsenal and pass.
Yeah, that's exactly what we see. And the question is, whether Bartosz would like to do something before the turn ends.
Yes, we see a duality in Bartosz's hand, and now he just have to make those difficult decisions. Because it's maybe a easier decision that it seems, because Didiana already made an embodiment of lightning token, so now the prevention only makes sense for the chest, probably making the lightning flow, and we see an amped up Nebula duality, so for 2, because the resource card,
The instant that generates resources.
free resources was put into the graveyard, so the duality comes for 2, and of course the chest is getting used, so we will prevent 1 and get a lightning flow token, and we will see if we gonna do the ponder as well, because I feel like the shoes with embodiment of lightning are just too important to
just to
them,
waste the token. Yeah, for sure. A bit of thinking from the Bartosz side.
Yes, and I
Okay.
I believe. Oh, and Bartosz is even amping it more, the Nebula duality. So
Yeah, so he destroys his gloves.
yes, to amp it up to 3. So I think Didiana will just take 2 damage. Doesn't want to make the ponder, so we'll just create the embodiment of lightning. I saw a path in the hand as well, and actually we saw that Bartosz used 2 cards from his hand, so it's now go time, and I think we will just try to push as much damage this turn 0 as possible.
So 4 go again, and arcane damage already.
Yes, and lightning flow on hit. And the most important thing is that Bartosz has 2 of the equipments that requires a tap of the hero to activate, and he already tapped the hero to amp 1.
Yes,
so
that's right.
he if this turn will be the path that we know about, the yellow path into the Scorpio, Liliana will really leak a lot of damage, and the game will be super hard for Bartosz from the start of turn 1.
He's blocking 3 and using the headpiece to create a ponder as well.
I totally forgot that he has free resources floating from the instance, so it's maybe not that bad that he still can prevent this arcane damage. But still, Liana believes that just trying to catch Bartosz with some instant in his hand is just too much value. But as we see, like, the whole hand was basically a block free, so it wasn't that bad for Bartosz.
So overall, the 3 damage was leaked.
2 damage, I feel, because of course Oscilio starts with 19 HP. But we will see if Bartosz can convert his hand. But we see this very important attack from last game. Basically, the perfect hand was drawn, so he can set 8 physical, discard the duality from the last card, and even use the ponder that he created to have an arsenal. So
it's basically a perfect start for him, I believe, because he only took 2 damage, and Liliana didn't arsenal any card because used all of them previously, and also used her lightning token, the embodiment of lightning.
So I feel I thought it would be like much more damage leaked. I didn't count, but
so it's like turn 1. It already seems like Oscilio is a bit ahead, but for sure we'll see.
Yes, and the duality, as we said, is getting discarded. So of course the 1 damage, another lightning flow is being made, and now we will see if the ponder will be good for Bartosz. Because in Lidiana's hand we see a jaw step, so the +3 and creation of lightning flow token, another path, and a +3 attack reaction. But those 8 damage that being taken
Yeah,
It's
and
like-
one arcane plus
Yeah.
duality, so 9
Yeah.
in total. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, we didn't see any of the arcane barrier stuff from Lydiana at the moment. So now, two big red arcane spell damage are needed for Bartosz to end this game, and we see like how good this Oscilio deck is. So he sided almost all his instant out, as we can see. Like for the second time in a row, we see that like all his hand is blocking, not like in the Oscilio mirror.
Yeah.
So even there was, because we can now confirm that the pot split here was 2 Auroras,
right.
3 Oscilios, and 3 Zyggys. Still, this Oscilio deck is really putting a lot of damage, and we see that Lydiana, she took 8 damage, and the follow-up isn't that
Isn't that
great, because
yeah, I would like.
because the draw step is not red, it's actually yellow, because we see with the yellow path it's only 4 damage. Of course, the lightning flow is being made, so it's basically another value added to the card, but still. Bartosz,
Checking his arsenal, it must be something interesting because he is reading it like twice already. So
yes. So he doesn't have, I feel like he doesn't have any arcane damage spell. I mean instant, so he won't be able to activate the Starfall, but of course he can block with the cards, and the most important thing, if he doesn't want to use the hero ability of Oscilio, he can just tap him, use the equipment to, and basically he has 2 prevention of the Scorpio
that's right.
ready in his equipment zone, so he's really ahead in this game. And I feel like he is just gonna block 3 on this path, take 1 damage,
And 1 from the arcane, yeah,
Yes.
so 2 in total, but yeah.
and we will see what Lydiana will represent next. And I saw in Bartosz's hand those really strong arcane spell, the 2/4/5 that makes a ponder. So he will just try to finish this game. And we also see a sigil of lightning. So we saw those attacks already. Now the 2/4/6 and of course in the previous match as well. So he has those embodiment of lightning generation that is really important in Oscilio with those powerful attack actions.
Place it at the end of the turn. So we are creating his own embodiment of lightning at the start.
Yes, and in Lydiana's hand we finally see some arcane barriers. It's Thunderous Retort, but it's only a blue one. So it's
Yeah.
only arcane barrier 1. So it's really
It's probably more like a resource card and the last resort of
yes.
of the block.
Yeah, because the red one is really good. It basically can stop like an Oscilio on hit effect, or basically like blank his whole turn. But we see that one of the most important card in this matchup from Lydiana's side is being drawn. So the Leech Vitality. So and Bartosz is tapping his hero to create a lightning flow token, but of course at the end of turn it will untap, and untapped Oscilio is really important, I feel like, in this turn cycle, because we can prevent the damage with the equipment, because if Lydiana starts getting some life here and like push some damage, the game can turn upside down. But I feel like looking at this spot, 6 to 15 and 3 lightning flows on the side of Bartosz,
The
it will be
life
really
difference
hard.
is only getting bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Yes, of course, the lead vitality is really good, but Bartosz basically can prevent all the arcane damage from this card, and the gloves with the lightning flows, they are not that important. He still will have one flow remaining for the Oscilio hero ability, and I believe he arsenaled the 2/4/5 arcane damage. So basically, he only need to keep a blue, and I think he also has the 1/4/4 attack. So this is the most devastating thing in Oscilio. So basically, if you put an physical attack with go again into a big
into
arcane
five,
spell,
at least 5.
yeah. So if he can do from 3 cards, so 2 cards in hand, and he has arsenal, 4 go again into the 5 arcane, it will be. I feel like Liliana can't survive this, but we will see. For sure, he can't give the free life from this Lich Vitality, but he just has those the flows that doing nothing basically now. So he is just still, of course, he's 5-1, so he needs still to think this turn through. What is the best outcome here? We see the core reaction blue that we saw in the last game, but I believe Bartosz sees and for Liliana's demeanor, we see that this game was pretty much over after those 8 physical damage connected, and then the follow-up was pretty mediocre because of course
the start turn 0 was really bad.
Yes.
Yeah,
because of course the path, of course, is really good card in the offense, but it only blocks 2. So you just need to try to get some tempo back, but it was just draw from Bartosz. He didn't have any. He didn't have any of the instant that was clunky. He basically, when he needed to block, he had all the blocks free. So
those one he blocked for 6, but there was an attack reaction that pumps to the 9.
Yes, so we will see, and he blocked with the attack action card. So we only saw the 2. So we don't know if there is a third attack action, or basically this embodiment of lightning will be useless for the rest of the game. And also we see the Scorpio activation, and it's being blocked.
Okay.
So Bartosz, of course, he has the 2/4/5 arcanes. It will make a ponder if he taps his hero. So basically, he can just defend this game, because we saw how many arcane damage Bartosz has in his deck and how little prevention Liliana has. This game, there is no way it will go to fatigue. So he can no problem, because
this way he also preserves his embodiment of lightning for the next turn. So maybe he will be able to convert 3-4 cards even to
we see
just finish the game.
Liliana didn't see those quick succession earlier. Now 2 of them are in the same hand, and for 4 resources she can only prevent 2 of the damage, 1 with the lightning flow. So still the 2 of the damage will go through, and Bartosz will create this important ponder token. And basically, because the 2 cards was used to defend, and there is no arsenal, what can Liliana do with 2 cards as Aurora? Probably it will
just 1 attack and for 6 maybe, but yeah.
Oh, I think there is some discussion about the ponder token, but I think the ponder token was made just now with the cap, so I don't know. There is a confusion now.
Maybe the token that we are not sure about is the ponder, actually.
Yes, because we don't have enough tokens in the feature match area. So the token is the ponder, and we'll see. Bartosz is deciding now if he wants to arsenal the card. Finally, he decided to do that. So basically, even if it's a bad blue spell, he's still getting closer to those Satchers, for example, that will deal the last necessary damage. So I feel like this is pretty perfect hand. I don't know if the middle card is a blue, but if he has a Satcher, so he can do the Satcher, send a duality at Liliana, and basically deal the final damage. And there is a chromatic refinement as well, but I don't see a red spell in the hand, because I believe the duality is a blue one.
Yeah, it seems so. So
Yes.
Feels like we are getting really close to an end.
Yes, but from we can also say that from 2-card hand is pretty good one from Liliana, so 5 go again into the Scorpio, and Bartosz is activating Oscilio to do the Satcher. Yes, we are.
We are looking for the ponder again.
Once again looking for the ponders. Of course, in response, we will just activate the Volzar, so it will come, deal 2 damage to Liliana. Now we have we pitch the duality, but like now basically every spell will be game ending here for Bartosz. So we will prevent 4 here, take 1 to 11. Yeah, and of course we don't have enough to do the Scorpio, but because I believe those are 2 instants in Bartosz's hand. But
right.
yeah, so we will probably if he keeps those cards. I think it's Meteoric Impact blue in his arsenal. So
still should be enough.
Yeah. So if he plays the refinement end of turn just to activate the Starfall, pitch the other card, he will just deal the enough damage, or play this. Yes, so he will make Lightning Flow only just to make
Starfall.
Yeah, Starfall, and now it's dealing 3 damage. And Liliana only has 1 Lightning Flow. I don't see any form of Arcane Barrier in the hand, so it just GG. And Bartosz shows that, to be honest, pretty mediocre Oscilio in my opinion. Still can like it's such a good such a good matchup for Oscilio. Aurora really needs to like have so much tempo in this matchup, just kill, because like every turn that Oscilio plays is just getting worse and worse. As we saw, the card that was displayed, so the Cosmic Searcher is like block 4, deal 2, 6 damage, 6 value from 1 card. It's like too much for Aurora to overcome, and of course,
to be fair, it was a stomp. Yep.
Yes. But congratulations to Bartosz. He is 6-1 at the moment, and we finish our part of the draft. So tomorrow, of course, we are no longer drafting. We go back to classic constructed, and hopefully we will catch Bartosz now for interview.
This time I make sure that he'll come here.
Yes.
He's already noticed that, so yeah, he will be here in a minute or maybe 2. So we'll probably go for a quick break just to get him here, and then we'll just take an interview.
Hello, so we are back with our feature match winner Bartosz Dobrowolski on Oscilio. Congratulations on 3-0ing this draft pot, so our second draft pot. So first question, how do you feel about the Omen's draft and about the Oscilio as a hero in the draft?
So I'm kind of new to the limited format, just that's the second limited I've ever played. I enjoyed it very, very much. There were days where I preferred to draft rather than play CC. And I really like CC, so that means a lot. Because I'm playing the cool hero in CC, unlike some other people. So yeah, the draft is fun, both drafting and the gameplay is really intricate. I've learned a lot. I played like 40 drafts before because I'm going to Vegas. So I prepped a lot. I stepped up my game as a limited player by a lot, but the starting point wasn't particularly high. So here we are. So yeah, I enjoyed the draft. I think the set is great. Sometimes reading the signals might be misleading, confusing, and whatnot because of the pack distribution. But I'm getting better at it, so I guess it worked.
Yeah, so do you have like a preference for Oscilio maybe, or do you feel like you're staying open in the draft, or?
I'm staying open. The Oscilio is the least practiced hero by me.
Oh.
Personally, I gravitated towards Zyggy. I really like his really hard to read play patterns, forking my opponents, having powerful late game. Also, I'm playing really aggressive hero in the CC portion. I'm a Arachne Marionette main. So I want to expand my Flesh and Blood skills by playing this bit more control-y, slower deck like Zyggy in limited, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, so of course, but we saw that you really know what you're doing with Oscilio, like especially in the mirror when with all the instant floating around. So in round number 2, because let's say the final was pretty over. Like the life discrepancy was so big after the physical attack. The 248 was just
448.
Yes, 448. Yes,
I had to pay extra.
Yes. 248 would be like pretty too good probably, but like still if it connected, we felt like the game is pretty much over. But of course, congratulations on the 3-0. I feel like, of course, I know you well, so I didn't really know how you draft. I really know you well as a Arachne Marionette player, as you said, so I'm not worried about tomorrow, because, of course, tomorrow we are coming back not with draft anymore, with 3 more rounds of Classic Constructed, and then we cut to top 8, and hopefully I will able to comment one of your matches in top 8 maybe.
Well,
so,
I would like that very much.
Yeah, so good luck.
Thank you.
So take a good rest today and come back tomorrow. And we will take a short break now. We will come back in a second with a short summary of the whole day, and then we will say goodbye, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Can I have a shout out?
Of course.
I would like to shout out my team and my sponsor. Thanks for sponsoring me. Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are back after the final round of today. So yeah, 7 runs, 4 constructed, 3 draft, and yeah, the finish with the Bartosz, Oscilio, but yeah, it's all finished right now.
Yes. Of course, we won't see draft, as I mentioned already, tomorrow. We will have only classic constructed tomorrow.
Yeah, and 3 rounds, and we will start 1 hour earlier than today.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be 9 a.m.
9
yeah.
a.m. Yes. So hopefully, after all the good plays and emotions from today, we will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we will see who managed to sneak into the top 8.
Yeah, we'll also check the heroes, and
yes.
have prepared everything.
Yeah, so we will see the
sum
standings
up,
tomorrow morning, and we will see the whole metagame breakdown, and of course we will follow the players that have the chances to make top 8, and of course tomorrow we will crown the new Polish national champion. Sadly, it won't be me. I have to give my title, but of course it is what it is. So looking at the preparation that our players, I of course talked with a lot of players here at the floor. Of course, in shout out to Penguin Esport Lounge. It's one of the best venues I played in. So it's really nice to like talk with people between the rounds. We have so much space. We have drinks to grab up. So it's really nice. So I was
also
talking
for the whole organizers,
yes.
and the judge stuff, and of course for the players also.
Yeah, so I saw how much players are preparing. So tomorrow we will for sure crown a worthy champion, and I can't wait to see who it is.
Yeah, I'm also really fond of that. Yeah. So thank you for today, and we'll see you tomorrow.